It is now 4 o'clock. I will call the meeting of the Waxahachie Independent School District Board of Trustees to order. Just let the record show we have 5 trustees in attendance. And this meeting has been duly called, and notice of this meeting has been duly posted for time and manner required by law. First item today will be our board workshop. We have a plan of action workshop. I believe Dustin Binnicker, you're our presenter today.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, board. Dr. Hollingsworth. Over the last few weeks, you've seen preliminary scores, and you've seen the frustration and desperation and disbelief in some of these scores that we've seen ourselves. So one of the things that we feel strongly is we don't want to rely on these scores to tell us how our schools are doing, but unfortunately that's how the state views us and gives us our scores. So our confidence lies in the fact that if we provide joy, along with high quality instructional materials that meet or exceed the grade level standards, the scores will take care of themselves. So you can see up here on the board, the last couple of years, going into COVID, our score was an 89. 2 years where the district wasn't rated. No school district in the state was rated during that time. When we came back out, we had an 85. So as I said, our preliminary scores have given us numbers across the board. I'm gonna go to this slide. So this kind of breaks down the domains, and domain 3 is what we're waiting on from the state. So that's the closing the gap domain right there. So our scores in these 3 areas have remained relatively flat for the last couple of years, but the area that we've got the most opportunity is in closing the gaps, and that's our growth domain. So last Monday, Commissioner Morath issued a statement that they would delay reporting the scores. We think that those scores, the delay was caused by the fact that too many schools would have dropped drastically compared to where they were previously. So one of the things that just passed the most recent legislative session was House Bill 1605, and there were a number of things that this bill really drilled in on, and one of them was providing increased rigor in the classrooms through the use of high-quality instructional materials. A byproduct of that is a way to reduce teacher workload, and that's one of the things we're going to talk about tonight. So House Bill 1605 really aims to increase the level of high-quality instructional materials that our students have access to, relieving teachers of some of those duties of finding the materials on their own, and provides greater clarity and transparency for our parents. So when I was going through and putting some information together for this presentation, one of the things that really drew me to this picture right here is that we could sit back and look at our scores. We could talk about where we think they are in our heart, where we think these schools should be based on the work that we see happening in the classrooms daily, and expect things to change, or we could adjust the sails and make the change happen ourselves. So with this plan, one of the things I want to go through with you are the 3 levels of support that we're going to provide to our campuses. For the purposes of what we're discussing today, we're going to really focus on the teacher and the instructional leadership support. So as I mentioned, the high quality instructional materials is one of the things this House Bill 1605 really drilled in on this last legislative session. We went to a training a few weeks ago up at Region 10, it's the Effective Schools Framework. And one of the things we came back with from that training was really looking at the high quality instructional materials. And so I came back and I was talking with Dr. H, and he asked me a question, and he could tell in my pause in response that I had more to say, and he might have regretted it that day, but what that really told him was, if it's good for these schools that were required to go through this training, and it's good for those schools to focus on these things, and the state identifies them as effective for all schools, why wouldn't it be good for all schools here in Waxahachie ISD? And so that conversation prompted more conversations with our district leaders, and I'll go through the timeline and lay out the times that we've had those meetings and what we talked about with those leaders as we move through this presentation here. So one of the calculations they showed us at that presentation was a breakdown that teachers spend on their time planning. So a very low estimate here. We know that our teachers have a 45-minute mandated planning time per day, 450-minute average every 10 days. If I break that time down, it's about 4 hours per week, which is about 3 days per 6 weeks, or 18 work days per year that they spend on planning alone. And like I said, that's the low estimate. Most teachers are spending 3 or 4 hours outside of school in addition to this time planning for their lessons. So if you look at the time all compiled there, it's about 36 work days that our teachers are spending each year working on these lessons for their classrooms. So I want to give you a story here, and this was actually something that I read, and it was in some testimony about House Bill 1605. So there was a mother who had a daughter in the 1st grade. For her 1st grade assignment, she was asked to sort letters alphabetically. It was a Disney-themed activity, Parent thought it was cute. The kids gravitated to it. They recognized the Disney characters. It's fun for them to do. Did you know that it's actually a pre-kindergarten teak that this first grade child was working on? So in talking with this parent, she has no way to evaluate the ability or the skill level of this lesson that her kid was given. And so we know that teachers have gone out of their pockets, into their pockets, and they spend money on resources. They don't feel like they have adequate resources, so they go online. So I actually went online and I typed first grade alphabet sort Disney, and I came up with this link right here. This is actually a screenshot from Teachers Pay Teachers. And so if you look up there at the top, the grade level says pre-K through 12th. There is nothing about this resource right here that leads me to believe it's anything above a pre-K level. There's nothing that's 12th grade about this right here. $5, it's easy to go online. I can buy it, I download all the materials, I can print it, it's ready to go. We know that our teachers are doing this. We've seen it in our classrooms. So there was a national study that was done, I believe this was in 2020, that evaluated student work to see if it's on grade level. The study found that even though 88% of our students were working on their activities that were assigned, and 71% of those kids are scoring A's and B's, their performance on benchmarks and state tests is not meeting the expectations of the grade level. The research found that only 17% of assignments are on grade level. So in any given week, about 1 day a week, are kids getting assignments that are on grade level. Texas replicated the study, TEA replicated the study, and because everything's bigger in Texas, our number came back bigger. We're at 19%, which is still about 1 day a week. So one of the conclusions of the research is that if students are guaranteed access to grade level, appropriate, strong instruction and rigor, we can shrink the achievement gap significantly. So part of this study, they asked teachers to identify the areas or the places they're going to find their materials they're using in the classroom. So this slide indicates the sites that people would go to, teachers would go to, or what they would use to deliver their lessons in the classroom. So the first material name up there says resources I created myself. Teachers Pay Teachers comes in at 50%, YouTube, things they create collectively with other teachers at school, using a search engine, and you can read the rest of that list there. So the story that I gave last week when I was talking with principals was, think about when you order something from Amazon. Amazon has a warehouse, they take that package, they box it, they put the labels on it, they put it on a truck. There are a lot of steps that happen in between the warehouse and my doorstep. It could make it all the way to the last step, and the Amazon driver delivers it to the next store, or it goes across the street, or to a different address that's not mine altogether. And if you think about that in terms of lesson delivery, that's kind of what we're doing with teachers. We're giving them some resources, and we're hoping that what makes it to that student's desk is exactly what it should be, that it's on grade level all the time. So another link here, another site here showing you where teachers are saying they're finding the materials. About 94% they say they go to Google. So as they're going through their lesson, they're trying to develop the lesson and create it and make sure it's engaging for their kids, they identify gaps. And so they go online and they find ways to fill those gaps in the instruction. They'll go to Google and they'll go to Pinterest to find these additional resources to put in their classroom. So one of the things that we talked about with the time estimate that I showed you a few minutes ago, we've really tasked our teachers with 2 jobs that are almost impossible for them to do full-time with Fidelity. So we've asked them to be curriculum developers and instructional presenters. And so when you break down the time they spent on each of those activities, you could make those 2 40-hour-a-week jobs. They don't have 40 hours to devote to each of those tasks. So when we came back from this training, one of the things that we were talking about as a leadership team was if we think about all the classrooms in WISD, and as we continue to grow and open new campuses, how realistic is it that every content area, every lesson plan, and all the instruction that happens in those classrooms is delivered on grade level? It's kind of an impossible task because the teachers have not been trained to do all of these things. So one of the things that we looked at when we were working on some information a couple weeks ago was the number of teachers that we've hired here in the district in the last 2 years. So approximately 300 new to district teachers in the first or second year. 83 of those teachers were brand new teachers, either out of the workforce or coming to us from college with degrees that were not in education. So there has been a shift, just like the shift in students after COVID, there's been a shift in teachers that are coming to us. And I'm not bashing teachers in any way. I went through an alternative certification program many years ago when I entered education. But the programs that are in place now are not to the same level that some of those programs were back in the day. We've worked with a lot of teaching colleges. We're just not getting candidates like we used to. We had a number of opportunities this past year to have student teachers come and work in our district, and the universities couldn't fill those spots. There weren't enough students going into education programs. Some of the big teaching colleges are not getting the same number of students they were getting 3 or 4 years ago. So one of the ways that we can help address that issue is by providing high-quality instructional materials and supports in the classroom. For veteran teachers and novice teachers alike, if we can engage these students in grade level material, they can start to read more complex texts earlier in the year. They can manipulate numbers and engage in math in new ways than they've been able to do before. So I want to point out a couple of things on this next slide here to you. Using these resources, just putting them in the teacher's hands, giving them access to this, can increase the performance level of their students from the 50th percentile to the 80th percentile. And using these high-quality instructional materials has a higher return on investment than lowering the class size. So we hear a lot about class size when we start looking at our campuses. And it shows that putting these resources in the teacher's hands has a greater return than reducing the class size. So a couple of years ago, when we went down this PLC journey, one of the things that a presenter that came to us, spoke to us, talked about was all means all. If it's good for some of your kids, why isn't it good for all of your kids? And that was really the conversation that I had with Dr. Hollingsworth when we came back from this training. If it's good for some schools, if it's good for the Marvins and the Northsides and the Finleys, why isn't it good for all of our schools? So we didn't want to put together a plan that only addressed the needs for a few campuses. We want to address the needs for all of the campuses. So within the PLC model, there's 4 guiding questions that we focus on. And this is one of the things that our teachers talk about every time they get together in their PLCs, is what do we want the students to learn? How do we know if they've learned it? What will we do if they don't learn? And what do we do if they already know it? So one of the things that we want to help with teachers, help provide them, is that first question. What do we want our students to learn? We want to take on the task of providing them with guided lesson plans to help show them back to the resources that will give them those high quality instructional materials and give access to all of our students in every classroom. So you've got a couple of things in the folder in front of you tonight, a couple of handouts, and one of them is this slide right here. And I want to leave you with this so you can go back and look at this later and really break down what a high quality instructional material is. So we've got a number of resources that we've adopted here in the district. I'm going to go back to 2011. The State Board of Ed and TEA put in a minimum percentage of TEKS that a material or a resource was required to address. Anybody want to guess on what that number was after 2011? It's 50%. So we have done this to our teachers. We've given them a resource that the state adopted or approved and said, go teach with this, but we're only going to give you half of the information you need. So go fill in the gaps without training, without instruction, without those degrees in curriculum, and get it to where it needs to be for those kids. So we know just from that alone, we've already set our teachers back. We've already done a disservice to them. So 1605 reverses that decision. Now the adopted resources coming from the state are required to be at 100% alignment with TEKS, which is huge. And there were some NAEP studies that were done. If you look at 2011 forward, when that material requirement changed, you can see the scores trend down. I can only assume that with this change of 100% resource alignment, the scores are going to go back up. So a couple of weeks ago, Dr. Hollingsworth sent his insights, and I hope that you get to read those. We get those on Sunday evenings, and this one really struck me. We're built for growth. And he listed out a couple of things that strong Tier 1 instruction should be. It should be aligned with the state standards and on grade level. It should be engaging, consistent, and meaningful. And one of the things that he talks about is that our data shows that we've got many areas for us to improve. When it comes to student growth, interventions and tutorials are important. That stated, nothing is more important than the instruction our students receive in the classroom. There is no substitute for engaging, consistent, and meaningful Tier 1 instruction that's aligned with the TEKS and the assessments. Great instruction that is responsive to students is the most important product of our work as a PLC. I'm so grateful that we've already built these PLC structures in place because it's put us in a position to make this transition a lot easier across the district. We've built in the time for our teachers to have and sit, plan with each other, to go through and look at the assessments, to look at the 4 guiding questions of a PLC. We've already put the focus in with our campus leadership teams as well because we took them to the same training. We've invested the time in them. We've carved out that time for them to come together once a month as a PLC and collaborate with each other, work with the curriculum team, the TLI team, and really zero in on what the #1 important thing is, which is for our students to grow. We want every student to grow academically every year. So earlier I was talking about the achievement gap. We talked about rigor, I talked about high quality instructional materials. I think the biggest thing for us to focus on here is that teachers are still the #1 factor in student achievement. So that slide a few minutes ago where I showed you just by putting the resource in their hands, I can get them from the 50th percent to the 80th percentile just by providing them. That still relies on the teacher. They're still the expert in that classroom. If we can make them more effective by providing them with the high quality instructional the high quality instructional materials that's aligned to research, that's what we want to do. So again, I reached out to a number of people across the state. One of them that I spoke to last night, and I've talked to him a couple of times today, was down in Temple ISD. And I talked to Dr. Ott, the superintendent down there, and he said Commissioner Morath reached out to them about 2 years ago and offered up a pilot of these resources. And at first they said, okay, we'll try this at a couple of campuses. So they picked some of their lower performing campuses. They picked 3, and they said, we're going to try these on non-tested grade levels. Within a couple of weeks, those campus leaders came back and said, I'm using this on every classroom. So they rolled throughout that first year as a pilot. The other campuses learned about it. They talked about it in their instructional leadership meetings. By the end of the year, every campus, every elementary campus wanted to use these resources in their classrooms. So their numbers that they were predicting over the last couple of months, that an average of 72% of their elementary students are predicted to pass the STAR exam, which is a 37% increase over their previous year's scores. That's a pretty high increase. So if we can take these same resources and see the same percent increase, there's no telling what we can do just by providing these resources to our teachers. You're probably wondering why we're focusing so much on the teachers. Teacher is the program. They're the ones that are in there daily doing the work. They're the ones that are doing the frequent assessment. They're using the research-based strategies. They're taking all the data in their PLC meetings and figure out how to improve the instruction, the things that they're seeing in the classroom. What are the trends with the data? What are they seeing students struggle with? How can they go back and adjust that instruction to make sure the students get to the level that they need to get? One of the things you'll see through House Bill 1605 over the next couple of years is they're really moving away from lesson design to lesson internalization. And part of that is because the state's pushing us in a direction where teachers are not going to be required to create lessons anymore. They'll still have a weekly or a monthly framework of what will be done in that classroom, but the day-to-day instruction should not be done by the classroom teachers. We're trying to get ahead of this a little bit by part of our plan here. So they'll move some of that lesson plan design time into lesson internalization, and it gives the teachers more time to collaborate with each other to look at these lessons and figure out how to use their strategies, their craft, their skill to deliver it in a way that makes sense for their students.
Dustin, I want to pause and just key in on what he's talking about in terms of 1605 and what that legislation is going to mean. It means that no longer will districts be able to compel teachers on their planning periods to create lessons. Let me say that again. Teachers will not be able to be compelled to create lessons on their planning period. That's a big shift from the way we've always done education. So that means that the districts that have provided good lessons to the teachers, such as what we've done with Benchmark, with the phonics program, when you provide those lessons to the teachers, you're in compliance with 1605. What it says is the teachers can spend time internalizing what's in this lesson that they're going to give, putting it in the right order to deliver to the students. You know, that's what that time is going to be reserved for. But that law will not allow us to compel teachers to use that time for the creation of lessons. I think that's a really important thing for y'all to realize. And that this will absolutely put us in the right direction to be in compliance with that legislation.
Yeah, I reached out to Mr. Avenshine to help me clarify the language, and we kind of read between the language. It says we can't require them to do it, but I can't stop them from doing it if they want to. So I can't make them, but I also can't stop them. So one of the last things that on this slide that I want to leave you with here is that every decision that our school leaders are making should center around how to help make our teachers do a better job of serving their students. And this is one of the things that we kept coming back to. The more we talked about this, the further we went into these conversations. I believe this is a video from Crowley ISD talking about Amplify Learning.
We are in our first year of implementation for Amplify Texas, and it has been a game changer.
It really began with our why.
Our mission says excellence in education for all students.
If we say we are here for all children, does all mean all? And if so, is that represented here? Are we okay with the results that we have?
The teachers felt like our students were not at the level that they needed to be.
We wanted to adopt a curriculum that was going to be something that would level the playing field for all of our students.
We knew to meet that part of all students, we wanted to explore and discover what is out there, what is Amplify all about.
We were kind of thrown in having no idea even what Amplify was when we first started.
It just seemed like it was going to be so overwhelming, and the content was sit and get.
My students would sit on the rug and they'd be like, Miss Jones, this is so long.
But as it turns out, they were able to accept that and internalize so much content.
And oh my gosh, on day 3, they were running into my classroom, grabbing their readers, begging to not close them. They wanted to take them home. And these are 9, 10-year-old kids who just had a 2-month summer break. Every unit just completely engaged these kids.
They didn't want to stop a lesson. They wanted to, can we continue Shakespeare, Midsummer Night's Dream? They wanted to go home and read their parts. I had a couple students who learned their parts.
My kids really loved it and found it very intriguing.
Seeing that these kids could learn this in first grade and take away things about American Revolutionary War and westward expansion and learning about the systems in the human body.
They're going to be ready.
The program itself gave the teachers a lot of buy-in because they saw the change, not only with the curriculum, they saw it with their students.
Amplify Texas has really been the mindset shift. She is really looking at a brand new curriculum.
It's just amazing how it's impacted their deep knowledge. It's not just small stories, but they have a deep critical thinking about it, and their writing shows it.
Our instructional coaches have really supported and helped us implement this because we were learning it together. And there's just some feeling of camaraderie whenever you're going into something new together.
With coaching Amplify teachers with the program, I actually taught a lesson for all grades K through 5, so I could really understand the program. So when it was time to sit down with the teachers, I understood the barriers that they were facing.
I want their input, and I want them to want to do this and to do it in a way that works for them and in a way that works for the classroom that they have. I am here as a partner to support them fully with everything and anything they'll need throughout the implementation. They are the first source to connect with the students.
We sat together, we read these teacher manuals cover to cover together.
All of the materials were great. The image cards, we could put up for timelines, we could give kids the visuals. The workbooks are exactly what we're teaching in class and go right along. It's all been amazing, just the product itself and all the things that come with it that don't make a teacher go and search for things the way that we have in years past. And it's made it a lot easier for planning and implementation.
There has been an overwhelmingly positive feedback. You will hear staff say all the time, oh my goodness, I cannot believe what my students did today. You will not believe what they said in the classroom. I've never had writers like this. You're seeing student discourse just through the roof. They are talking about content, deep content. They're using academic vocabulary that has never been discussed at that grade level before. They're making connections between cross-curricular content with science and social studies that has just not lent itself in the past to that.
Everything was purposeful, everything was thoughtful in this curriculum. There hasn't been a piece that I didn't understand why it was there.
Trust the process. Rely on your coach, rely on your principal. I promise you the outcome is amazing.
Be willing to get uncomfortable.
Treat it with fidelity, treat it with integrity. Do not water it down thinking that your kids are not smart enough or not prepared enough. They are ready. You will see the level of growth from the rigor of Amplify unfold in your children. So enjoy it.
Then they can absolutely understand and analyze the highly complex text. If we give them the background knowledge, if we give them those experiences up front, then it levels the playing field for all.
The most rewarding aspect of implementing Amplify Texas is knowing that every student who walks through the doors of our classroom has access to high-quality instruction through high-quality, rigorous curriculum. We know that all students will rise to those expectations, and we guarantee that when you walk into one of our classrooms, all students will have grade level exposure to rich content, to deep texts, and a high level vocabulary. Nothing like we've ever seen before.
So one of the things I want to hit on that they talked about in that video, just to dispel, this is a reading curriculum. And even though it makes connections to science and social studies, it is not the science and social studies TEKS. That will still happen during science and social studies times. They're just using the reading curriculum to make those connections for kids that reinforces those things. We will still teach science, we'll still teach social studies. This does not address that. One of the things that I told all the campus leaders at our meeting last week with DLT, this is a shared responsibility. This is all of us standing lockstep with our campus leadership. This is not something that we're pushing off to them, that we're asking them to go off and do on their own. We've actually offered up our time to go and sit with these campus leaders when they talk with their campuses over the next couple of days to deliver the same presentation to them so they can see and they can share that message to their staff that it's us with them. I know that they feel the pressure of these scores as they come back every year, and I told them last May, we feel the same pressure. My department feels the same pressure. We feel equally responsible for what's happening in these classrooms, and we want to be there to help them. And I want to step out of the way when it's their turn to shine. So I want to go back, that 37% increase that I talked about in Temple. If I'm thinking about Marvin Biomedical Academy, what would 37% increase do for Ms. Polk? What would that do to her campus? Take her to a high B, low A maybe? I think I would be okay with that level of increase. I think that Ms. Polk would be okay with that level of increase. So as we move, and we'll talk about this towards the next part of our meeting, as we move towards the use of Amplify for grades K through 8 for our reading and language arts programs, I want to talk about how that's going to work. So one of the things that we talked about with PLCs was things that are loose versus tight. So on a campus, there are some things that are loose and some that are tight. For us, TLI, as a district, high quality instructional materials, making sure that our students have access to them is something we want to hold tight to. We want to make sure that happens every day, not just some days, not one day a week, every day of the week. We'll use locally developed learning checks to provide evidence of their academic progress. This could be 4 to 6 questions that happens real quick in the classroom. Something the teacher can ask their kids, they can sit and work on it together, and we've got that evidence of feedback that will come to us to see how those students are learning through reaching and utilizing those resources. So all the resources that are listed here on this page, of everything that's on there, the one highlighted orange is the only one that we do not currently have access to in the district. We don't own that one, and that's Amplify.
I want to add to that, Dr. Beneker, as we began to talk about what our plans were moving forward and the access to high-quality instructional materials, we already had all of these things in phonics, in math, fact fluency, science. The only thing missing was what we had in our reading language arts area of instruction. And that's going back to, just to revisit what he earlier told you, SAVAS is our current reading language arts curriculum. It was a pre-COVID adoption. It predates that requirement that 100% of your TEKS have to be covered in that material. That's why it's lacking. It's lacking in writing instruction. It's lacking simply because it doesn't cover all the TEKS. So I said, okay, we've got to identify what areas do we not have what we need. That's why we're spending as much time talking about RLA, because that's the area where we did not have on hand already what we need.
So if you do some digging around and you go to TA and you look up their instructional materials, I'm sure each of you are going to go home and do that tonight, you'll see that Amplify might be listed on there as a free resource, and it was provided to districts. But if you wanted the print material that actually gets to the explicit, the systematic way of instruction, those are the resources we've got to purchase for our teachers to put those books in their hands and the books in our students' hands. So as I look at the secondary core Tier 1 instruction materials, we've got the same story here. We've got a great math resource, science, and social studies. Reading is the area where we've still got an opportunity to provide better for our teachers. So I talked about the tiers or the levels of support that we're providing here. As I mentioned a couple minutes ago, one of the things this will do is provide our teachers with a lot more time that they can use during their planning time to figure out how to take these lessons and deliver them in the way using their skill, their craft that fits their students. We are not abandoning good teaching strategies. In fact, our veteran teachers and the ones that I've talked to in other districts from my phone conversations in the last couple of weeks have been the veteran teachers were the ones that were a little bit resistant in the beginning and then realized how much time they can save. They can rely on the good strategies they've built over the last 5, 10, 15, 25 years. The rookie teachers that don't have those skills, this gives them a huge leg up on their competitors. So when I'm coming into a classroom and I have 0 years of experience, like the 300 or the 83 that I showed you in the beginning of this presentation, I've got resources in my hand that save me a lot of time every week. I don't have to go to Google or Pinterest or Teachers Pay Teachers to figure out how to deliver that lesson. I've got it in my hands. I talked about this a few minutes ago, a shift from lesson planning to lesson internalization. The teacher evaluation rubric is going to shift this direction. It's one of the things that's coming out through House Bill 1605. It just hasn't fully occurred yet. So we've talked about this as a leadership team, ways that we're going to start looking to see how can our teachers use this time to internalize these lessons versus planning these lessons. We think that their PLC time will be a lot more productive. They won't have to spend those time figuring out, I'm going to work on the reading for this week, you do the math, swap lessons with each other, I take your lessons. We can take on that load and alleviate a lot of that research that they would have to do on their own. So as we move forward with our plan, and some of this information will come out to campuses tomorrow and over the next couple of days, the district-provided learning plans will be offered in these grades that are listed here on your screen. So just to give you a timeline of the meetings and discussions that have taken place with campus and district leadership, September 7th, we pulled the principals together for a meeting in the afternoon. We talked about the resources that we have. So we did an audit of our resources, asked them for some feedback. What are you seeing in classrooms? What are you hearing from your teachers? What are the areas, what are the gaps that you need assistance with in your classrooms? Reading kept coming up. It was a recurring theme throughout those conversations. So we pulled principals together again on September 11th. We started going through some of the high quality instructional materials that we were learning about. We talked about House Bill 1605. And we went through a presentation with them and looked at some of these resources other districts are using. We met on the 14th, and we talked about this again with our campus leadership. So at this point, we've talked to all assistant principals, all principals, and everyone in the TLI department, which is all my team. September 18th, board workshop. We've gone through this presentation with our campus staff. I've shared the presentation with them. They'll begin having these meetings on their campuses tomorrow to meet with their teachers. We've got some trainings lined up, pending board approval later this evening, to bring Amplify in and do some training. We have a resource that's up in Denton, so it was pretty quick for us to do a turnaround and get some trainers set up for this program. And then we'll start rolling out the first district unit learning plans on September 25th. So I'll break down when those plans are going to come out. I've got a much better document that shows them in greater detail. We're trying to get the plans out to our teachers at least a week or two in advance right now. As soon as we can get our feet underneath us and get caught up, these lessons will come out more frequently. So our elementary classes and secondary unit plans will begin coming out on these dates. So as we move into this model, one of the things that we're really going to have to do, I talked about shared leadership responsibility, is making sure that our campus leadership has the support that they need to make sure they can roll out these plans and follow them with fidelity. And so we'll include calibration walks with these campus leaderships, and we're going to be flexible. We know there'll be some hiccups. We know this will take time for teachers to digest these lessons, to figure out how to deliver it in the classroom, and we'll be there with them. My team will be there with them, and we'll repurpose the instructional coaches that are housed on 5 of our elementary campuses and our teacher learning coordinators that are on 4 campuses, and we'll share that time to get time with the teachers. Yes, sir.
I want to add in what he's talking about in terms of TLI partnering with our principals to do walks instructionally. This is exactly what we have done with Benchmark this year. We started in the first couple of weeks, and I heard conversations from Dr. Beneker and his team, from Ms. Mott walking with principals, and how are we doing on Benchmark was the conversation. Well, we have seen it already in action on most campuses. We haven't yet seen it at this campus and this campus. How did that conversation go with the principal? Here's why we haven't yet got it up and running at this particular campus or this one. How can we better support them? We went in, had specific conversations with those principals, how we can support those teachers in getting up to speed, and by the end of really, the beginning of week 3, all of our elementary campuses were up and running. So I want to point out, there was not some kind of heavy-handed, sledgehammer approach. How can we better support you? What are you seeing in your classrooms? Having conversations with them. But by week 3, we saw evidence of benchmark across the board. I can tell you as we enter week 6, in conversations that I know, just having personal conversations with our principals, they are seeing teachers use benchmark on a daily basis with fidelity, without struggle. In that first couple of weeks, there were some, we stubbed our toe here and there, but we're not seeing that now. And what I'm hearing time and time again from our principals and our teachers is how much they appreciate how well laid out that curriculum is. That's a really good example of exactly what he's talking about right here.
Dr. Hollingsworth, may I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
What are benchmarks? Because I've heard the word tossed around, but I don't recall.
Benchmark phonics. That's the phonics program.
Okay.
That's the phonics program.
Yes, sir. I'm aware of that. I just didn't notice.
Yes, ma'am.
Program.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So Amplify actually has 2 components. There's a skills and a knowledge. Benchmark for us addresses the skills piece. So we don't need that because we already have that through Benchmark. So with Amplify, it would just be the knowledge piece of that program.
Okay. We will not be using, I'm getting that we will not be using Amplify for math.
No, math, Amplify is just for reading.
Okay, because we're rolling it out on the 19th for math, according to the previous slide. I guess so that's our math program. We haven't received the scores to the point that, did we do okay with our math program that we've had in last year?
Well, let me be clear. We have math, we have STEM scopes for math instruction at elementary and at middle school, junior high. We have STEM scopes for science instruction at elementary and at junior high, okay? That has been a resource that our teachers have had available to them. There has not been an expectation that that would be the resource that they would depend on. That's the difference. The difference is moving to an expected use of the high-quality instructional materials that are available. Go back, please, to that list again, Dr. Beneker, that shows the ones that we already. So, for example, there you go. There's elementary. This is what has been available to them: STEM scopes at K-5 math, benchmark at phonics, fact fluency, and science STEM scopes. Those have been available to our teachers. What we're changing in the shift here is the expectation of the use of those high-quality instructional materials and TLI supporting that use in the classrooms. Does that make sense? Okay.
And you do have this slide and the secondary slide in the blue folder you've got in front of y'all tonight. Okay.
Any other questions?
I guess the speed is what bothers me a little bit. You started looking at it on the 7th, 11th, and, here we are a week later on the 18th. So it seems like it's really fast. How many districts are using this program?
I can't tell you a number off the top of my head. I know that Dallas, Fort Worth, Burleson, Crowley, Temple, Amarillo, Everman, Wichita Falls.
Is there a place on the website that is listed?
Not on our website. I had to reach out to some people.
On their website.
Through Amplify, I don't know if it lists the districts that they're using. That's where we got a lot of information, and then from conversations with area leadership. There were several districts that were asked to pilot these resources 2 years ago, which is why they had early access to them. And you're right, there is a sense of urgency. Our scores right now, we need to act with a sense of urgency. So we've done our research with these resources. And again, when we came back from the training we went to a few weeks ago, we were kind of posed with the question, do we wait until the beginning of the next school year and delay that for our students, keeping those materials out of their hands for another 7 or 8 months? Or do we go now and get it in front of them as soon as we can? I couldn't really justify waiting any longer. If I can see the improvement by providing these resources to our kids, I don't want to wait. So yes, ma'am, there is definitely a sense of urgency from us.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Kriegel, I want to add to what Dr. Beneker said, in the sense that the majority of these are resources we already have. And that's really important. These are things we already own. And so shifting the expectation you're going to use them, that's really the main shift here. The only reason we're having as much conversation as we are about Amplify is it's the one thing we need to purchase. Everything else we already own.
Question about that. I lost my question because I thought of another question. You said that, so every year, we will have to purchase this every year, is that correct?
So Amplify, one of the things that 1605 did also was increase the instructional materials allotment. So I think right now it's about $65 a student we get on a biennium basis.
Right.
With this House Bill 1605, it almost triples that dollar amount and then throws another $40 and another $20 on top of that if we're using these state adopted resources. So it gives us money to continue these resources, which conveniently enough is about $40 a year. So the state supplemented that, knowing that was the direction they were going, to give us that money to continue the use of these resources.
Okay. So we will receive this supplemental money every time?
I believe it's the 24-25 biennium where that money would start coming to school districts. Yes, ma'am.
My one question, and I'm glad you said what you did, Dr. Hollingsworth, about follow through, because it's one thing to have these programs, and another thing to make sure that people do it. I think that's been a big problem in the past. You know, we spend all this money for programs. You say, okay, here you go. But like you said, there's not been any follow through in the training. You expect the teachers to already know it. What I liked about what you said was all the backup that the teachers and principals are going to receive. I think that's going to make a big difference. And another thing, you're right, teachers are key. You know, they're the ones. And so we need to do all we can to support them. And I think this is great.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Mr. Schofield, I believe, had something.
Yeah, I have something to add there and a couple of questions. One, I've been a part of changes in curriculum several times over my time in the classroom. I don't bring it up in here a lot, but I spent 9 years actually in the classroom. Changing that stuff in the middle of the year is difficult. Changing it without proper implementation is even more difficult. My last stretch in the classroom came after a long time in private business, and I was not given the materials that I needed to succeed in the classroom. I got them. I had some very heated conversations with our superintendent and curriculum people at that time. Luckily, I was fortunate to be able to have those because it didn't really matter if they fired me or not. I was fine. I have some concerns with that. I also have concerns with us having programs. When I hear this message, you know, you're kind of out of touch with it when you sit in this room. Well, everybody needs accountability. If the district is paying for materials, we're taking standardized tests, which I'm not a fan of, but it is a rule that we're playing by today. I do have a problem if we have not been using materials the same across the board in every classroom. Now, my delivery may be different than Mr. Albanchon's delivery in our classroom, but we should be teaching the same thing. And if we're not using those materials, it's a big deal. Big deal. I'm very disappointed to hear that we're just now making, for lack of a different word, mandatory the use of programs that we're already paying for. I don't know where those decisions are being made, but that's a problem.
Well, I don't disagree with you, Mr. Schofield, but I am going to tell you that for a long time, and if you go back to exactly what Dr. Beneker talked about in that 2011 adoption related to Savas, okay? The state gave 2 districts options that in many cases were not fully covering the TEKS by design. This is, and I remember this used to be stated a lot of times in districts. The curriculum that's adopted is not the only resource that teachers may use. That was a mantra that I have heard many times over the years. It is not the only resource that you may use or must use. And I just want to say, but in our district, that has been no different than in most districts that I've been in. And so this is a shift.
My point with this is.
Yes, sir.
That if we have something that we're supposed to be using, much like I said in my analogy with myself and Dr. Avenshine, if we were teaching next door to each other, his delivery and mine may be different.
Yes, sir.
There's going to be additions and subtractions in both, but there has to be some standardization.
Totally agree.
And we have to be, if we're paying for it, we need to be using it.
And that's the shift, but I agree with you.
Okay. See, we talked about the funding, and that's great. I was sent by my leadership TASB group one lesson that I looked at. It was a kindergarten lesson. And, you know, it's fine. I just looked at it. I know nothing about kindergarten. But the first thing that I picked up on was that it said that all the students needed to bring their rhyming books to school to use, you know, and everybody would use rhyming books. And that if the students didn't have rhyming books, then they should go to the library. So I can see us not having enough rhyming books for an entire school, for each kindergarten student to have those rhyming books. So that would be an additional cost on somebody, either on the district or on the teachers.
So the quotes that we've received contain everything we would need to utilize this program in our classrooms, including the training for our teachers. So that's one of the things, one of my colleagues over here has worked tirelessly over the last 2 weeks working with Amplify to get the quotes for the right resources, the right number of students, and the right number of teachers on every campus, including our special education teachers that are also doing resource in the classroom.
Okay, so it was just a happenstance that the book required, you know, the lesson required these rhyming books. You know, that was just a happenstance thing.
I would have to see what you're reading, ma'am. I don't know what that says.
Well, it was just a, okay, one, it's fine, but I just want to make that.
Ms.
I
Kriegel.
don't want additional costs on us, and I don't want it coming out of the teacher's pocket.
Absolutely.
Or the school's pocket. You know, I mean, we only have so many dollars. Okay, and then I am concerned about the teachers being having some autonomy. I know that a lot of teachers, we have a lot of great teachers that are doing a great job, and we're giving this to them. And hopefully they'll be like the veteran teachers in Temple and will embrace it. I hope so. But they need some autonomy in how they teach it.
Absolutely.
And then the third thing was, I loved what you said, Dr. Hollingsworth, that it's not going to be a hammer down, because we don't need a hammer down on it. We need to embrace it slowly. I appreciate you saying that that's how you embrace benchmarks or whatever.
Absolutely, and I'll just tell you that when we see a teacher not using the materials that are available, you have a conversation with the teacher.
Right.
What's going on? Why are we not using that? When we come back or circle around, see it again. We have that conversation.
I totally
Why are we not
understand
seeing that? But if we see it multiple times, then we will shift gears. And you can call it a hammer, or you can call it appropriate consequences, or just accountability. But we will shift into that mode because of exactly what Mr. Schoolfield was talking about.
And I totally agree.
Yes,
but
ma'am.
I want it to be an eventual and not a first time in the room, you're not doing what you're supposed to do.
Yes,
Hammer
ma'am.
down.
Ms. Mott, you wanted to add something?
Ms. Kriegel, I wanted to address the rhyming book. Our students with the resource, the Amplify, they will be receiving all of the materials that they need. So without having looked at the exact lesson you're talking about, that rhyming booklet is probably part of those student resources. So it's not something they would have to have. Everybody's got to have a different book because they would all have different rhymes in them. So they're using one rhyming book that's contained within the student resources. So does that help? Okay. Sure. And like I said, I haven't looked
If you
at.
read the lesson, it was everybody bring their rhyming books.
Right, I think it's the rhyming book contained within the student resources, yes.
Is there a reason why more districts aren't using this program?
It's new. To be honest with you, once I found out some of the districts that are using it, I don't know why they're not. Like I said, House Bill 1605 hasn't fully been implemented yet, Over the next couple of years, it will. When you look at the state adopted list, the resources that are out there, this is one of the programs that's out there. It's the shift that they're going to move. If you want access to that additional $40 per year for materials, you're going to have to use this resource. So we're getting ahead of this now by starting it in the 23-24 school year versus waiting until 24-25.
Anyone else?
Dr. Benneker, will you be coming back and giving us updates on how this is going, the implementation, the follow-through, how teachers are grasping it?
Absolutely. I actually, when I reached out to Temple, one of the things that they told me is they're a demonstration site. And so they've opened their doors. I can take teachers, I can take principals down there and go into any classroom, any campus, and ask questions, bring teachers in and see how lessons are done in the classroom. They've been open to this for the last couple of years since they were a pilot district. And so Dr. Ott and his staff have opened the doors for us to come down there and visit with them and see these in place. They also have dual language campuses where they're using the resources as well. It'd be another great benefit for us to take teachers down there and see that happening as well.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. From what I was talking with our sales rep, it's the additional, kind of the ongoing fee every year. So we'll pay a little bit more the first year when you get all the materials. And then there's a, replace the workbooks for students every year. That's the $40 fee every year. So the state has lined that up appropriately. So it's about the same dollar amount as the resource. These are 100% aligned to state standards, TEKS, 100% aligned to the TEKS. And that's one of the big shifts that 1605 did, was reverse that 2011 ruling where they only had to be 50% aligned. Teachers could go online. And if you go to Teachers Pay Teachers and you buy some resource, most of them are Common Core aligned. So we want to take that variable away.
Mr. Schofield, will you make sure your microphone's on when you're speaking? Okay.
Yes, sir. We want to take that variable away. And the resources that we're talking about here are 100% aligned to the Texas TEKS.
And Mr. Schofield, just so you know, it's illegal for us to purchase anything in the state of Texas that would be Common Core aligned. They all must be aligned to the TEKS. Yes, sir.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you very much, Dr.
Thank
Baker.
you.
Okay, that will conclude our board workshop at this time. The board will go into closed session according to section 551.001 et sec of the Texas Government Code. It is now 4:52. into open session. It's now 5:46. We're going to reconvene back into open session. At this time, I'm going to ask Mr. Schoolfield to lead us in our invocation, followed by our pledges of allegiance by Sarah Campbell, Gemma Lopez, Charlotte Lovett, and Rayleigh Rodriguez of Wedgeworth Elementary.
Shall we pray? Father, thank you for the opportunity you give us to gather in a country where we can come together and to hopefully strengthen our community and raise our children. Please be with all the people in this room and in this district, in this town, to help us use our gifts from you to make this a better place. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
We're going to pull the microphone down just a little bit for you girls, okay? And then put your hands over your hearts and then start whenever you want.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now for the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one indivisible.
Our vision is to be a district where innovation thrives and growth is limitless.
We value choices because they make us unique and are critical to learning.
We value a collaborative culture that honors and supports all and positively impacts the lives of our students. We value an environment of belonging that respects individual differences and ensures equality for all.
We value relationships that broaden learning experiences and enrich our community.
Okay, next item on our agenda would be our recognitions. Ms. Bridges, I believe we have several of those tonight.
Well, you do. Good evening, Board and Dr. Hollingsworth. I would first like to invite Fisher Vaughn and Luke Ballard to come up. Fisher and Luke have been official representatives of Waxahachie High School through their participation in the WHS Fishing Club on the Texas High School Bass Association tournament circuit. They have competed at various locations such as Lake Fork, Richland Chambers, Lake Ray Hubbard, and Lake Tawakoni. That's what I get for not sounding it out before I start reading it. Thank you. Notably, oh look, I have to read it again. Notably, their most impressive performance was at Lake Tawakoni. Is that right, Mr. Schofield? Where they achieved 17th place out of 168 competing teams. Their consistent success in fishing led to them qualifying for both regional and state level competitions, reflecting their dedication and skill as anglers. In addition to their angling achievements, Fisher and Luke are also valuable members of the Indian baseball team, highlighting their versatility and excelling in outdoor sports. Fisher and Luke have demonstrated their commitment in representing Waxahachie ISD through their participation in the WHS Fishing Club, earning recognition as accomplished anglers in the process. Congratulations, Fisher and Luke. Ms. Harris, you want to come up? Oh, yes. Board, next I'd like to invite Sydney Jones, who works at Northside in our Child Nutrition Department, to come up. Hey, come on, y'all. Come with her. That's okay. We'll give her a friend up here. So a few weeks ago, during Northside's lunch period, Ms. Jones noticed that there was a student who was in some distress. He was choking, and Ms. Jones very quickly reacted, did the Heimlich maneuver, and very possibly saved this child's life. So we want to recognize her for being a superhero. Board, next I'd like to invite Veronica Schaefer, principal of Shackelford Elementary, to come up.
Good evening, Board and Dr. Hollingsworth. This evening, I would like to honor and recognize 2 staff members that have really taken a lead on our campus. They have taken on UIL coaching as well as taking their classrooms out to the garden so that they can discover at a different level. And so it's an honor to present to you Veronica Benitez and Jennifer Adams. So before I begin today, I do have a student leader that will be joining me.
Hi, my name is Sarah Williams. I'm one of the student leaders here at SHAC. Good evening.
All right, so today we will be co-presenting on how we are designing for student success, and we are building leaders one goal at a time. So with that, this summer we were able to launch Leader in Me. We were honored through the Kern Foundation with a $25,000 grant to launch the greatness that's happening currently on our campus.
So in Leader in Me, we do morning meetings. And that's basically when we practice the 7 habits, which we'll get to you about in just a moment. We've also taken the time to give students roles here on campus. I've actually been interviewed for a role myself. Library leader, it's been one of the greatest moments of my life here at SHAC. We've also given the time to also celebrate those students who were able to get the jobs, like me.
So as Saren said, we are working through the 7 habits to build student leaders. One of the main habits that we have to master is habit 1, be proactive. I'm in charge of me.
These are some of our proactive leaders. I'm a proactive leader myself. You don't see me in this picture because it's by grade level. Lighthouse assemblies are when we highlight some of those leaders who do a lot for Shackelford.
Nice. So outside of this student leadership, we're also focusing on our campus on WIGs, wildly important goals. And so we set out on a journey this year as a campus to focus on attendance. We want to stress the importance that in order to grow a student, we want them on campus. And so Saren, tell us a little bit about that.
So during the first 6 weeks in 2022, last year, we had 95%. The first 6 weeks this year, we're aiming to get 98%. And what we have is 97%.
All right, so we're well on our way for meeting our goals, and this is campus-wide. When we set out a goal, we knew that we had to be action-driven, so we had to track our attendance. And so students are currently tracking their daily attendance in the classroom.
To highlight some of the people who deserve rewards, here are some of the rewards that we give. We give Brave Bucks, we give bikes, and popsicles. These are some of the many awards that we give here at SHAC.
Outside of focusing on what is wildly important with attendance, we also are cascading the district scorecard, and this has been cascaded to our campus, to each grade level, and to each teacher, which will also cascade to each student. So we took map data for the beginning of the year, and we looked at where do we want to be, what is our target? And so each teacher has outlined a goal for the first 6 weeks and the second 6 weeks, and we took it a step further and said, what are our lead measures? What are 2 things that we want to do well that show that we are growing students? In addition to that, we also want to highlight our Discovery Garden. We have partnered with many businesses around campuses and very thankful for drug prevention resources.
The Discovery Garden is kind of like a sensory garden. You can hear the wind chimes and you can also smell the basil and rosemary. We also have students taking care of the garden, and Miss Northcutt too.
So just to name a few more businesses that we are in collaboration with are B&M Construction, Min Exteriors, Oasis, and Shackelford PTO. Ms. Northcutt, our counselor, has really taken to the Green to Clean by Stephen Covey, and students are taking ownership of our spaces so that we can also not just have a literacy garden, but a discovery garden.
Leaders aren't born, they are made. So follow the leader.
To SHAC.
Was awesome. Ms. Tanya Harris, I'm not sure how you're going to follow that, but come on up.
Thank you, Board, and Dr. Hollingsworth, Dr. Averett, for allowing us to present tonight. Just a token of our appreciation to all you do for WHS. Tonight, it is our pleasure to honor an incredible staff member. This staff member helped this summer working with us on the master schedule, covering classes and mentoring students during summer school, assisting with summer testing. He serves as our science department chair, teaches pre-AP and dual credit chemistry, organizes night school and night tutoring, was selected as a pre-AP national faculty member, is an adjunct professor for Navarro College, and is always willing to help. This staff member goes above and beyond. They exemplify everything that we want in a leader at WHS. It is my pleasure to honor Josh Perry. And with a large campus, we couldn't help but honor this amazing lady. This person serves as our lead custodian at WHS. She has worked for WISD for 8 years. Her biggest joy, when asked, is keeping WHS clean and beautiful. She always feels appreciated by Mrs. Harris, the students and staff at WHS. She is ready to come back to work every Monday morning, and enjoys what she does. Parents who see a clean school know their children are in a good place. She enjoys vacationing in Mexico, but can't wait to return to WHS. Miss Maria Ramirez. Side note, Ms. Ramirez served as my custodian when I was a baby assistant principal, and I would work until midnight at night, and she would refuse to leave the campus until I left because she didn't think I was old enough to be there by myself. And I begged to have her back when I returned to WHS, and I was gifted her for my birthday 3 years ago, and she's been amazing. Is it not working? Tonight, I would like to talk to you about all of the excellent things going on at WHS. On Wednesday of last week, we were honored with receiving a letter from College Board stating that 21 WHS students received national academic recognition because they've maintained a 3.5 plus GPA for their outstanding performance on PSAT and/or AP exams. We plan to invite these students and their families back in October to celebrate them for this outstanding achievement. And breaking news, on Friday, we received word that a WHS senior, Owen Bartosh, has qualified as a semifinalist in the 2024 National Merit Scholarship Program. We look forward to honoring Owen in the October board meeting. This is an amazing accomplishment, and he was so excited. Moving on, last year we wanted to really grow leaders at WHS, and we implemented a program called WHS Cares. On September the 6th, we presented our WHS Care Awards to students based on how they finished the 2022-2023 school year. These students are leaders at WHS. They have maintained good attendance, great behavior, and an 85 or better in all of their classes. These students were awarded platinum, gold, silver, and bronze IDs. These IDs each carry an award, including but not limited to off-campus lunch, the ability to go and study in collaboration areas, as well as other awards and prizes throughout the week, each week. And these are just some of our amazing students that receive their awards. In addition to this, we are promoting a positive environment at WHS. An essential part of WHS Cares program is our Positively Awesome student recognition. We highlight and celebrate WHS students who demonstrate character, empathy, and service. 3 of the 5 principles of WHS Cares program. At WHS, students demonstrating good behavior are eligible for this recognition. Helping a student navigate crutches through the busy hallways, inviting a lone student to share at a table for lunch, or returning a cell phone that was left in a restroom. These are just some examples of some of the amazing things that these students did to show great leadership in a positive environment at WHS. We award students every day for being leaders at WHS. Taking it a step further, peer recognition is a wonderful way to celebrate the staff at WHS. Staff members nominate their peers using the 5 pillars of WHS Cares: character, achievement, responsibility, empathy, and service. This gives us the opportunity to acknowledge those staff members who make our jobs a little easier and our days a little brighter at WHS. Each month, we award a gift to each teacher and celebrate them. So we started strong at WHS. For the 2023-2024 school year, we got off to a roaring start with 650 students that attended our freshman orientation. We got the 287 sign back from Ennis, or better yet, we kept the 287 sign with a 22-16 win over Ennis. One of our seniors was recently presented with a $10,000 signing bonus to the United States Navy. And we welcome friends and family to an amazing open house. Principal Talk is now being produced by David Moore's practicum class in our visual arts. Coming soon to WHS, we want our students to think about life after high school. So we've planned some exciting activities for the fall semester. The Ellis County College Fair is Wednesday, September the 20th at WHS, or at the Waxahachie Civic Center. This is the 7th year that WHS has chaired this collaborative college fair with all of 10 schools here in Ellis County. In addition, over 600 students have currently registered for the upcoming PSAT, a tool that we will use to measure college readiness. WHS students will be able to register in the fall for the ASVAB and learn about all the opportunities that await them in a military career. This is just some of the exciting things happening this fall semester at WHS. Thank you again for allowing us to share a little bit about our adventure every day. We appreciate your support.
All right, board, finally this evening I'm going to invite Nurse Melissa Bousquet to come up, and her award recipient is running a little bit late, so we're going to have her do, she's here? Oh, good. Yay.
All right, good evening, board. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here today. I'm so excited to get to highlight not only one of my nurses, but our entire health care department. So about 4 years ago, the board in its infinite wisdom granted our staff a float position. We have had a total of 3 different nurses serve in that position. The one that is now serving has really brought the job to a whole new level. Our floats fill in clinics when nurses are sick or have appointments or whatever. They support with screening. They just try to help out and fill all the gaps that we have at times. Well, this particular nurse that's now serving as one of our floats has really gone above and beyond that call. Not only does she do all of those things, but she's also great at supporting our new nurses, being there with them, sitting with them, talking them through their day, just helping them know the rhythm of a school clinic. Hospital nursing is very different than school nursing, so sometimes the transition into that role is very, very difficult. So we have a great person right now that does that for us, and she just imparts her wisdom of 17 years, I think. That's right. This is her 18th year. So she just does an excellent job and just has a way of getting to the heart of what these new nurses need to hear. So it is my honor to honor Julia Parker, our district float nurse. I failed to mention, this is a mentorship award. I left that part out, but that's what this is. All right, I won't take up much of your time. I don't have quite the exciting things to share that Ms. Harris shared, but we do have a wonderful nursing staff, and I want to share with you a little bit of what we do. Sorry, hit the wrong button. Okay, here we go. I thought I would take each of our core values and show maybe how we uphold those core values as a nursing staff. The statistics I'm going to share with you are from the 22-23 school year. Our nurses saw 63,456 students in their office as office visits. So we feel like that upholds choices in that WISD nurses work with students and families to empower them to manage their own optimum health for learning. So our goal in our clinics is to get kids back in the classroom because that's where they need to be, that's where they want to be. Yeah, oh, I hit something.
You're okay.
I'm sorry.
Everybody's just going to get
it. So sorry. Okay. Our nurses also managed last year 654 COVID cases, which was way less than the couple of years before, and we're real excited about that, and we are praying and hoping that it's going to be even less this year. But we feel like that showed our ability to collaborate. WISD nurses use significant collaborative skills to help students and families navigate a difficult pandemic. And it really did take a lot of collaboration and everybody working together to get through that. I don't know if I have the touch. Okay. Last year, our nurses administered 20,654 medications, which is sounds like a lot of pills, doesn't it? But again, our goal is to keep kids in the classroom, and supporting them with medications is one way that we can do that, and it helps give them a sense of belonging. WISD nurses work closely with students and families to keep scholars safely in the learning environment with their classmates despite their health challenges. So that's our goal. All right, and then the last thing I wanted to share is that WISD nurses screened over, well, not that many kids, but we did over 12,000 screenings. Some kiddos get 3 or 4 a year, so it's a lot. But we kept our relationship with our community intact doing that because we need to sometimes make referrals to our community stakeholders for optimal health and student learning potential. Okay, and then last of all, most importantly, our nurses had over 96,000 opportunities to invest in the lives of children. We have the privilege of getting to connect with lots of different kids and lots of different situations. And it is a pleasure for us to do that, and it is our desire to make their learning experience just that much better. So thank you for letting me share a little bit with you about our nurses. Thank you.
Thank you, Board and Dr. Hollingsworth.
The next item on our agenda is our public hearing. Tonight we will be holding a public hearing regarding the proposed 2023-2024 WISD M&O and INS tax rates. Following the presentation, we will invite the public to approach the podium and provide input on the subject at hand. The public hearing will begin with a presentation of Chief Financial Officer Ryan Calden. Mr. Calden?
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, Board. Dr. Hollingsworth. You remember back in August, we did a public hearing on the budget and the tax rates, and I told you we'd do the tax rates again in September. So here we are, but current tax rates for 22-23 are $1.3268 as a total, and that is about 94.29 cents on the M&O rate and 38.39 cents on the INS rate. The proposed for next year on the M&O side is 0.7575, and on the INS, 41.29 cents for a total of $1.1704. That is a little over 15.5 cent decrease in the total tax rate, which is about a 12% decrease. And then just kind of wanted to refresh where our tax rate trend is at this point. From a high of $1.5539 in the 2015 through 2019 school years, the tax rate is proposed to be $1.1704. So that's a pretty significant decrease, about a 38-cent decrease during those years.
Any questions from the board? Okay. At this time, are there any individuals that would wish to speak concerning the proposed 2023-2024 WISD M&O and INS tax rates? Once, twice. Okay. We will now close the public hearing portion of this meeting. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, our next item is our open forum. This is the portion of the board meeting where the board receives input from our patrons. Each person who addresses the board will have 5 minutes to speak on his or her issue. Because of posting requirements of the Open Meetings Act, board members will not be able to ask questions of the patron nor answer any questions posed by the patron. No action can be taken on any issue presented during the patron comment section of the board meeting. Patrons addressing the board will be notified when they are approaching the last 60 seconds of their allotted time to speak. When I call your name, please step to the podium and state your name and address for the record, please. Ms. Karen Jenkins? Ms. Jenkins, Mr. McCutcheon here is going to be keeping our time tonight. He will let you know when you have approximately 1 minute to speak.
Okay, thank you. This morning, I had no intentions of being here, but as the day progressed, I thought, I'm going to make this board meeting. Also this morning, when I started my first class, I thought I'd be talking about the outsiders. Instead, a student raised her hand and said, Mrs. Jenkins, I have a question for you. It's not that you're old, but do you want to be buried? Do you want to be cremated, or do you want to be buried? Well, that had nothing to do with our topic, but she was so interested in that, I found the need to stop, and we talked about that for a few minutes, and then we were able to go back and address what we needed to address. The reason I bring that up is that student is like all students. I needed to differentiate for her. I needed to stop and see what she needed. Teachers are different. When I was sitting in the audience, I was thinking of a quote. These are the times that try men's souls, by Thomas Paine. No, I think right now, these are the times that try teachers' souls. We have a difficult job. Every day things change. The state changes things, our district changes things. Right now we're talking about changing our curriculum. I guess I'm here tonight to say, please think about it. I've been in this district 39 years. I consider myself an exemplary teacher. My scores are exemplary scores. They always have been. I work hard for that. I think other teachers do too. I do know we have teachers who probably need additional training, but we also have teachers who know what they're doing in the classroom. I have a big concern about a canned curriculum, and I will be the first to say I may be completely wrong in saying canned curriculum because I know absolutely nothing about the program being presented for a new curriculum change. But I question, what do you know about the program that we're going to introduce? And I guess my question to you is, would you please give it some consideration? I see one empty chair, but 4 young men who sat in my classroom years ago for an entire year, and I would have never given them a test without preparing them for it first. And so I ask you, please don't give us a curriculum without giving us a little preparation for it. I would like to ask that maybe some teachers be involved, maybe some English teachers be asked, do you think this will work for our district? Do you think this will help our scores? I know we're all here for the best interest of the students, but it's a tough job. Every day we go in that classroom, it's a tough day. And looking at me right now, you're probably thinking, she had a really tough day. Got a major headache right now. But it was important enough for me to take a few minutes to come in and say, we're all for change, and change is needed. But please, include the teachers in those decisions, and let us have some input to know what we're about to face. And again, I think we're open for change. And this may be the best program ever. I would just like to see us check it out before we invest so much financial or monetary interest in it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Andrew White, please step forward and state your name and address for the record, please. Again, Mr. McCutcheon will be the timekeeper, and he will let you know when you have approximately 1 minute remaining.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Superintendent Hollingsworth, Board President, and board members and community. We need someone just to own the data. We don't need explanations. We don't need excuses. We need people to own the data. We have upward of $1 million of salary sitting right here. Not y'all, sorry. Right here. The CCMR data at the high school is unacceptable. The 2022 elementary school ratings are unacceptable. Who's going to be held accountable? Teachers and some administrators are being intimidated in the school district. It's been going on for years. We heard in the workshop presentation, we've had 300 teachers join this district in the last 2 years. We have about 600. That's a 50% turnover in 2 years. Who's going to be held accountable? Now let's talk about Amplify. No one, to my knowledge, in this room has ever used it. I could be wrong. Board members, I'm talking to you now. We saw a 20-minute presentation at 4 o'clock, and you got a red folder today. Is that enough to convince you to spend $800,000 on a product? You saw that teachers are going to find out about this, or maybe they found out today. They're going to get trained in 2 days. On September 20th, teachers are going to get trained, and they will start using this October 2nd. It's unacceptable. I'm not asking you to vote no forever. I'm asking you to vote no until the district comes back with a more detailed plan in 30 days. So let's talk about Amplify, because I deal with it every day in my district. They said in the presentation it's going to save teachers time. It will not for the first year. It may save them time in years 2 and 3. I spend 2 days a week with my math lead teacher. She's been teaching more than 10 years. It takes her 3 hours to internalize one lesson. But you don't see that in your red folder probably. I'm not against Amplify. I'm against a quick rollout that is not well planned. That's what I'm against, because it can work. We heard a district representative say at 4 o'clock that if you give the teachers this product, the scores are magically going to increase 37%. Come on. Are we serious? Are teachers not that necessary? Just give them a product. And 37% increase. I don't know where that data came from, but it's not realistic, I can tell you that. I've been doing this 21 years. You heard from the video from Waxahachie ISD, use your coach. Now, all of our elementary campuses have assigned coaches on the campus every single day. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong later on. There are some campuses that have instructional coaches full-time. Sounds like an inequity issue to me. I feel bad for the principals and the teaching and learning team that are going to have to somehow figure out how we're going to support all these teachers, K through 8, because at 4 o'clock we found out that all teachers now are going to be mandated to use these resources. And not just Amplify, but all the ones that have been given to the district. We heard board member Mr. Schofield say, why haven't they been required to use these before?
1 minute.
And now all of a sudden we're going to start enforcing it? The kindergartner lesson for week 1 is 50 pages. It has 31 standards. We saw in the presentation we have 83 new teachers in this district that have never taught before. I'm not sure how many of those are ELAR K-8. You are going to give these teachers these lessons 1 to 2 weeks in advance, and they're supposed to digest several hundred pages of lessons. You are setting them up for failure. Come back in 30 days with a more detailed plan of how you're going to support campuses and administrators and a teaching and learning team that is understaffed. And then I'll say, y'all vote yes. I have no problem with $780,000 going to a product that is proven to be effective. But y'all need to come back with a plan of how y'all are really going to support these teachers.
It's time. Thank you.
Belinda Douglas. Step forward and state your name and address for the record, please. Mr. McCutcheon will let you know when you have approximately 1 minute remaining.
Hello, I'm Belinda Douglas. I live at 211 Nocona Drive, Waxahachie, Texas. The last time you all saw me was back in a school board meeting in May where I had talked about the effect of grooming children using the pornographic books that were in the libraries of school libraries in California. Well, now I'm a resident of Texas, and I find out those books are also here. So obviously, they're all over our great nation. My question is, I'd like to see an update as to what you guys did with those books, because we asked to have the librarians remove the pornography, and if not, we'd be happy to talk to our churches, and we can all go through and do a sweep of the libraries, K through 12. Just want to point out, this is truly grooming, and I have heard some recent statistics that were rather earth-shattering. The statistic I heard that when it comes to trafficking, sex trafficking, the #1 city in the United States is Houston, followed by Los Angeles, and third is Dallas. That makes Texas the #1 state in sex trafficking, and the children are being groomed. It's breaking my heart. And I think all the parents would like to know what's happening with the books in the library system. We want them out. I think we all should see that. I had also heard, and I can't identify the city right now, where 2 boys had gone into a restroom and raped a 3rd boy. All boys were 12 years old. That's unacceptable. The pornographic books are hard, XXX, homosexual indoctrination. And I'm imploring you, please don't let our community follow suit with these deplorable cities like Houston and Dallas and Los Angeles. That's all I have. I'd like to know what's happening with the books, and if you can't do your job, then we can help with the churches, or maybe you need to step down. But the books have to be expunged out of the libraries. Thank you.
Sylvia Colson. Ms. Colson, please step forward. State your name and address for the record, please. Mr. McCutcheon will let you know when you have approximately 1 minute left to speak.
My name is Sylvia Colson. I live at 1315 Dixie Lane. Tonight I speak to the lie that is trans. The deeply disturbing book that I read from in July, Almost Perfect, was reviewed a second time in August, and the committee ruled that it would remain in the high school library. As I understand it, this was because students may be experiencing similar things. This book contains implicit sex as well as support for the trans lie. Consistently in this and similar books, the good guys are portrayed as the ones who support the trans lies. The ones who point out the truth are portrayed as the bad guys. These books have been reviewed by the committee and remain in the library. Almost Perfect, high school, unrestricted. I removed my shirt and sat next to Sage. She smiled at me. When I tried to kiss her, she fell backward onto the bed, her body on display. She was mine if I wanted her. I touched her skin. Logan? Yes, Sage? Why are we talking now? Please be gentle. It's my first time. I kissed her, but not on the mouth. Mine too. We didn't speak again for another 2 hours. Being Jazz, junior high and high school. Mom got back to work on helping me win the right to use the bathroom. I got to use the girls' bathroom. I could finally pee in peace. He called you, she lowered her voice, a chick with a... Jazz on social media revealed that his vaginoplasty at age 17 involved a flawed penile inversion procedure which failed and was redone 3 times. Another book, Beyond Magenta, High School, Unrestricted. While everyone else my age is saving up for a car or a house, I'm saving up to look possible. I'm saving up for a vagina. The 57 busts, Junior High Restricted, High School Unrestricted. To me, gender fluid means I have the potential to be anything, any gender, at any time, Nemo explained. I can be male, female, masculine, feminine, neither, both. Like Sasha, Nemo uses they, them pronouns. Leah on the offbeat, High School Restricted. It has to be easier for people with penises. Does this person get you hard? Yes. Done. People are prehistoric blankwads about gay stuff. It's the fact that they went for it. They had the B to say blank this, blank that, Georgia, blank all of you, homophobic, blank blanks. If I was your girl, high school, unrestricted. My turn. I've gotten to at least third base in every bathroom at school. She showed me how she drank a special medicine so that when she grew up, she became a woman instead of a man. When I was born, my parents named me Andrew Hardy, and the doctors wrote male on my birth certificate. They had no idea who I was going to grow up to be. I took a dose of hydrocodone when I was done dilating. Clarification that is done for hours a day after a penile inversion. It continues for years. He reached under my skirt, I nodded, and we resumed our kiss as his fingers danced up my thigh and found the top of my leggings, which he slowly pulled down. I unbuttoned his shirt and slid it down his arms. I lifted my sweater over my head and wasn't afraid. I wasn't afraid. We stared at each other for a moment and came to a silent decision. I stood and wiggled out of my skirt while he sat forward and shucked his pants. We looked at each other again, and my breath caught in my chest. I bit my lip and unclasped my bra and let it fall to the floor. He took me by the arms and pulled me back down. He crawled on top of me. He kissed me again, and I wrapped my arms around him. His fingers ran down my side, and from there he passed over my hip bone and down further still. I didn't stop him. Not to be crude, but you're going to grow breasts, Dr. Howard continued. They'll shrink if you ever change your mind and go off the hormones, but they'll never completely go away unless you get reconstructive surgery. I nodded. And more importantly, you're going to be sterile within a few weeks of starting the drug. It might be reversible if you stop the hormones within your first year, but after that point, the effect is almost always completely permanent. Everything about the trans ideology is a lie. Trans women are not women. They are men. Trans men are not men. They are women. Trans rights are not human rights. They are special privileges demanded by a few that remove the rights of women and children. Example, sports competitions. Trans right activism is not a civil rights movement. Gender-affirming care is sex-denying abuse that mutilates healthy bodies and creates lifelong patients for profit. Protecting trans kids is in fact grotesque child abuse that destroys their puberty, fertility, urinary tract system, and future. It is in fact genital mutilation similar to what is done to young girls in Africa. This is the greatest medical scandal since lobotomies were used to cure mental illness. In the 40s, all medical societies either supported the nonsense or did nothing to act against it. Hospitals and pharmaceutical companies are enriching themselves from these barbaric acts. Norway, Britain, Sweden, and Finland are banning or severely restricting the drugs given to children for their sexual confusion. If a 78-pound teenager said she felt fat, should I affirm this? Should I give her a diet book? Give her diet pills? Recommend a stomach stapling surgery? Or should I gently guide her to a mental health professional who will help her to see that the way she sees herself is in fact not the truth? The trans culture is entirely a lie. Keeping these trans supporting books in our libraries makes you complicit in this. Thank you.
Mr. President, if I may respond, just to the question that was presented by Ms. Douglas, I will just tell you that we have an ongoing process by which our librarians, our staff members, along with 2 members of our school board who are representative on that committee. It is a laborious process. It is a long process, and by design, to make sure that we're being very thorough in that whole process. So I wanted to share that with you.
Okay, moving on to item 8 will be our reports. Item A, the superintendent's report, be Dr. Hollingsworth.
No, we're not moving. All right, thank you, Mr. President. I do want to start, as I do each month, I want to give you an update on where we ended the month of August. We ended our school year on May the 24th board with 10,851 students enrolled and attendance of 95.23%. That is up as we end the month of August. August 31st, we had 11,041. That's about where we are right now. We had 11,041 students and attendance of 96.36 overall. I wanted to also share this with you. I found this to be very interesting data. I asked our PEMS clerk, I wanted to get a handle on how much mobility we see and how much our student body has changed since COVID. And so if the year that COVID happened for the first time was in March of 2020. So March of the 1920 school year, you'll see that our total snapshot enrollment was 9,481. Total new to district was 1,859. Now that means you have some students who move out, we have other students move in, and that's not uncommon with poverty. You have higher mobility. I also asked our PEMS clerk, our PEMS director, to give us information on which students are still in district. So this 1859, that was the number of new student IDs that were issued across our district in that school year. But look, as we go forward to 2021 school year, you had 1,872 students who were new to the district. In 21-22, you had 2,213 students new to the district. And in 22-23, we had 2,366 students, and our snapshot enrollment in that year, last year, was 10,837. Thus far this year, we've had 1,483 new students enroll, get new student IDs, and then look at that next column, still in the district. So if you add those together, since 1920 school year, 6,936 of our students were new to Waxahachie ISD. If you back out the 1920 school year, because up until March the 13th, it was relatively normal, you're still at 6,000 students of our 11,000 students were not in Waxahachie ISD prior to that particular event. I thought that was really, really interesting data. It was much higher than I anticipated that it would be, and I thought it was relevant to share with you. All right, I wanted to also let you know, one of the ways that we stay in touch with our staff is through our regular campus rounds. I began our campus rounds today at Northside Elementary School, and on all of the lunches, I go in, I visit with our teaching staff and our front office staff. They all come in during lunches. We have a hamburger for them, and then we give them some updates. We gave them updates on construction, on legislation, and we reviewed our survey results from last spring. This last, where it says, and now, the listening portion of our program, we close out each of those meetings by listening specifically to the concerns of our staff and the concerns of our teachers, just to get their direct feedback. In addition to that, starting in October, I am implementing a teacher advisory council. The teacher advisory council will be made up of teachers from throughout our district, at least 2 per campus, and then we'll also make sure that we have representation, adequate representation from some of our other areas of instruction, such as special education, our bilingual education, etc. And this will be another opportunity for me to meet one-on-one with teachers on a regular basis to get their feedback. We'll do that once per 6 weeks, and I just wanted you guys to be aware of the implementation of the Teacher Advisory Council. We also have, and you may or may not know this, a weekly check-in that we conduct with our elementary principals and also with our secondary principals. It occurs at 8 a.m. for elementary, 9 a.m. on Mondays for our secondary principals. We talk about our goals for classroom and PLC presence, and our principals make commitments of how often they're going to be in classrooms, and they make commitments for their presence in PLCs. We also have a focus now on the use of those high-quality instructional materials that we talked about. That concludes, Mr. President, my superintendent's report.
Any questions or comments for Dr. Hollingsworth? Okay, moving on to report. Item B would be informational report on House Bill 8.
All right, so a couple of months ago, several of us went to Navarro and had a meeting with their dean of the college here and Dr. Fagan. One of the things that House Bill 8 aimed to do for students was to provide a way for low-income students to have access to dual credit classes in high school. So on the face of this bill, it is a great thing for our students. And the reason I'm coming to talk to you tonight is we'll have to make provisions in our budget moving forward to next year to accommodate part of the change that's coming as part of this bill. So through this, students that are qualified as free or reduced lunch, low-income students, will have access to dual credit classes at no cost. No tuition, no books, nothing that goes along with that class. So the reason that we're here to talk about this, again, is part of that change is going to be burdened by the school districts. So I'm going to show you a slide here in just a second that shows you the breakdown between two students, one that is on a reduced price lunch and one that is not. So if you'll look on the left side of that screen there, you can see the price of tuition for a student that does not qualify for free or reduced lunch comes out to about $387. On the right side of that screen there is the total that a district will now pick up for the cost of those students to attend dual credit classes while in high school. So it's about a $200 increase that we're not currently paying for those students. So we'll need to make provisions, like I said, in our budget moving forward to the next school year. Just wanted to put this on the radar now. We just learned about this and wanted to share the information with you.
Dr. Binnicker, that will begin next year, is that correct?
It's
now?
actually now, yes, ma'am. So we worked with Dr. Fagan. Dr. Hollingsworth reached out, and Navarro actually went back to their board, and they made adjustments to their budget to accommodate this, to pick up the tab this year for students. We estimated the cost to be about $60,000, so they have worked with us to pick up the tab this year and help us move into the next school year to accommodate that.
Is this just for dual credit?
Yes, sir.
That is what we refer to as another unfunded mandate from the legislature. Yeah.
Any other questions for Dr. Binnicker?
All right.
Very much.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to report item C will be informational report from VLK to discuss the curation and design process that we'll utilize in the design of a comprehensive high school number 2. I believe we've got Jonathan Aldis, right? We're trying to get
We have
in.
Jonathan, he's going to be virtually with us, and then Sarah is in person with us. There's Jonathan on the screen, and Sarah's right here behind us, and so I'll turn it over to Sarah.
Good evening. Making sure Jonathan is there. Can I do a mic check with Jonathan first? Jonathan, can you hear us?
I have you. Do you have me?
We do. Perfect.
All right. Very good.
Good evening, Board President Autry, members of the board, Dr. Hollingsworth. Thank you for having VLK Architects here tonight to discuss the VLK launch process. My name is Sarah Kaprowski, and I'm an educational planner with VLK. And joining us virtually is Principal in Charge Jonathan Aldis, and he's the Principal in Charge of the new Waxahachie High School number 2. Tonight, we want to share with you the details associated with the VLK launch process. This engaging experience provides a structured process for participants, students, teachers, Board of Trustees, and district leaders to provide input on overarching goals and themes and big ideas into the vision of Waxahachie High School number 2. There it goes. VLK launch process consists of two-hour meetings, usually in the afternoon or evening to better accommodate participant schedules, and if we're lucky, Jonathan will buy us dinner during that time. During the first meeting, we will discuss the outcomes of the VLK curation meeting held at a prior date with district personnel. VLK curation was the process that gives us a deep understanding of a district's educational goals. We discuss the culture, and we discuss the future of teaching and learning aspirations of Waxahachie ISD. This meeting leads to a strong partnership and understanding before design efforts ever begin. Participants then work individually within groups to provide input and share big ideas through 2 different exercises, with the outcomes of curation as the foundation. Individually, participants will study a typology of space images and provide input on learning environments they believe would best resonate and facilitate the district's current and future teaching and learning expectations. Input is provided through the use of voting stickers, which participants place on the images that resonate with Waxahachie ISD. Sticky notes are also provided for participants to add additional comments or further expand on their ideas. VLK members take photos of the completed image boards and the sticky notes, and we combine them all and all the input received. The information is then shared with the district and taken into consideration when design discussions occur. The second experience participants will engage in is a gaming exercise. During this gaming exercise, participants work in groups to discuss high-level adjacencies, the user experience, and overarching big ideas for a specific project. Input is provided through an arrangement of learning spaces and how the team believes they could function together as an overall learning campus. This piece right here is actually the gaming board for Waxahachie High School, and you can notice that there are gaming pieces associated, and it's very high level when we just discuss adjacencies, how something would function together, and we talk a lot about the overall student experience and user experience within that building. Participants arrange the learning spaces, provide feedback on how they should function together, and then list their big ideas of spaces that align with the vision of Waxahachie ISD. This right here is an example of a completed game board where there was gathered input. You can see the arrangement of learning spaces, and you can also see the detailed notes from the participants, of which we gather, record, and use as a data point when considering design expectations. Here is another example of gaming boards. This is from Liberty Hill ISD, launch day 1. You can see there are 3 game boards representing 3 different groups. Many times we find that within the participant groups, there are very common similarities with adjacencies because the community shares the same vision. They are all community members, students, teachers, and so therefore they have a shared vision on how they would like a campus to function and the adjacencies that should go together. At the conclusion of the gaming exercise, participants present their board to the other groups explaining their big ideas and the whys behind their design. This is a wonderful time to actually hear from students explain their thoughts behind how the spaces should function with an overall learning environment. Boards are then voted on by all participants and then again taken as just input and VLK to designers considering similar adjacencies and function. This is actually a great time when the kids present to hear their learning experience and what they would like to see within a high school, and just not our high schoolers, but it's very important in this process to think about the user. And those users right now are sitting maybe in elementary school. And so thinking about involving the younger students and making sure there's an alignment of what they're experiencing now, and that's being provided within the high school experience. So hearing from those younger students in the future of the high school is a great time to do this. So you can see here, this is for a middle school, but they're actually a little bit younger kids. And we all know kids will tell you the truth, right? Approximately 2 weeks after launch day 1, we have launch day 2, and all participants are invited back. VLK members are summarizing the work from launch day 1. We go over the overarching themes, we go over ideas and feedback and review from the typology of space exercise, and we do all of this and review all of that before we present any design concepts. Participants are presented with design concepts based on launch day 1 gaming exercise, input from their notes, and group discussions, which are all aligned to the district's vision for teaching and learning. And you can see here that there are 3 different design concepts there of where they took the big overall adjacencies and somewhat arranged them. And you can also see that there are similarities within all of them, and we point those out with the group of the consensus within that big launch group. The design concepts presented reflect the group's preferred adjacencies and the overall function of the building. It is a very high-level design process which will continue with specific user groups. So this is not the end of the design process. Specific user groups are met with throughout the entire design process for several months to get down to the details. So within aspects like this, you will not see elevators or restrooms, or we won't talk about cubbies or colors. It is a very high-level experience, just getting that overall user group input. Participants give feedback and vote on the design concepts presented. The input is collected during launch day 2 and compiled and considered in the design process as it progresses. And right here you can see all of the sticky notes, which are expanded thoughts on the actual design and the whys behind the specific adjacencies. Participants do vote. They are given stickers to vote for their first, second, and third place choices. Those are then added up, and it seems to be that there is a consensus behind an overall design. Again, not detailed, a very high level, just adjacencies when we talk about experience and function. And with that, I want to thank you for your time this evening, and we look forward to our continued partnership with Waxahachie ISD. And I'm happy to answer any questions at this time or direct them to Jonathan.
I do want to say thank you, Sarah, and also Jonathan for being here today. These are specific questions that had come from trustees about what the process will look like as we go into designing a school that's going to be perfect for our needs and for our particular community. And so I wanted them to be able to come and give you an overview of what that process looks like. I know Mr. McCutcheon had taken part in a similar process with the new Wildman STEAM Academy.
Yeah, I actually had no clue what I was getting into when I went to that meeting. You know, I walked in with all those kids and teachers and parents, but it was very neat to see, for me, the parents, the kids, and the teachers collaborate. I felt like an outsider because they live in those buildings every day, and they've seen different things from different schools, and they were collaborating and putting different elements together. And I don't know, is Miss Authier in here tonight?
She's right there.
Yeah. Your son was our team lead. I think he could have designed that whole school if we'd have let him. But it was a really neat deal.
Good, thank you.
How long, what's the average length of this time frame from beginning to end?
Well, for the launch processes, go ahead, Jonathan.
For the launch process, Mr. Autry, or for overall design process? The launch
Both.
process is about 2 to 3 weeks with all the groundwork that's already been done so far. It's just the 2 meetings spaced apart by an interval to give our team time to start to formalize a little bit of those sort of bubble diagrams that the teams put together for us. So it moves pretty quick after that first meeting. I'll further clarify and say that launch for us is just a great way to gather a lot of great ideas from a lot of varied sources. And similar to what we did on STEAM, we were very clear that ultimately the Board of Trustees helps us shape that, and frankly, the people who teach in those spaces every day are going to work through details of like how a science lab functions, and that's what Sarah was alluding to, is there's a lot of meetings that happen after this that work out how the building functions. We already know the spaces that are going to be in the building. This is just a great idea. It's a great opportunity for us to ask for and find, frankly, we get a lot of great solutions from your community and get a lot of buy-in from them, because they also start to understand some of the constraints we have and you have. You know, the site has certain ways it has to operate. The code has ways the building has to go together. So it's a pretty quick track once we get going on it.
Any other questions, comments? Okay. Thank you, both of you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you
y'all
guys.
very
Sorry I
much.
couldn't be there.
Moving on to Report D will be our informational report on WISD's ballot scorecard priorities 1.1 and 1.3. Dr. Averett.
I've got several backup singers tonight. This is going to be a team effort. Our priority one balanced scorecard report is specifically about student growth and our priority for every student to grow every year. We're going to focus on academic growth and CCMR growth tonight. And I'm going to start off with Ms. Hilburn, and she's going to give us a data review and give us some updates on our accountability system as it stands today.
Thank you, Dr. Everett. Good evening, Board. Dr. Hollingsworth. I've actually got a new nickname. It's Data Dawn, and so you can remember it that way, but I've also hired a new addition, and he's Data Dude. So we're kind of known as Data Dawn and Data Dude. So it's good to be here tonight and kind of go over a review. We know that the state last week decided to throw a little curveball at us and change some things, but it's going to be for the good. And so while I get into that, I wanted to do a quick overview of really what accountability is. And as a reminder, it falls into 3 domains. The first domain is all about STAR. Okay, so it's how we do on that. That could potentially be 70% of a campus or a district's accountability ratings. Then we have school progress. It actually falls into 2 categories. There's Part A and there's Part B. Part A deals with all about growth, which relates back to our balanced scorecard in 1.1. We want every student to grow. So in the eyes of the state, that only happens for math and reading. Why does it only happen for math and reading? Those are the only 2 assessments that a student takes every year. And so we want that student to grow, for example, from 3rd grade to 4th grade, and we're helping to track that. And then Part B is basically, it's called relative performance. It's your economically disadvantaged percentage based off your STAR scores. So what the state realizes is if you have a high eco-disc campus, your STAR scores are probably going to be a little bit lower and vice versa, so it does not punish you for that. And then closing the gaps actually is a combination of domain 1 and domain 2, and a big piece of that is also the growth piece. And so just to kind of give you an overview of the student achievement, it's not the same for everybody, meaning that elementary and middle school, domain 1 is 100% STAR. But when you start looking at high school, 40% is based off STAR, 40% is based off CCMR, and I know Ms. Binnicker is going to talk to you a little bit more about that in just a little bit, and then graduation rates are 20%. So as we talked about how things have changed, so we kind of said an ever-changing of landscape. So really, what does it mean that the state came out and said, hey, we're putting the brakes on, we need to go back and review this a little bit? First thing, STAR's not changing in that our STAR scores are what they are. Our growth is what it is in that we already know, based off what the state's given us, did a student grow from one year to the next? What they're looking at here is, first of all, I talked to you about domain 2A, and it talked about academic growth. And so what they're looking at is that calculation of how they figured up growth. So it's basically the cut score. That cut score is probably going to change, which means our scores are probably going to change. Why is this important? Because it could count 70% of our overall accountability. So take back for a second, domain 1 was about STAR scores. Domain 2 is really about growth. You get to take the higher of those 2. So let's say a campus gets higher on academic growth because the state changed the cut scores. That counts 70% of that campus total accountability. Academic growth also counts for domain 3 and closing the gaps. And so you can see there, domain 3 counts 30% of a campus's and a district's overall performance. And so if the state comes and changes these cut scores, it's a game changer in what scores could be. So I kind of wanted to explain that a little bit. What are the timeline implications for this? So now the state's saying they're going to take a review, they're going to look at it, they're going to come back late October, early November, and tell us what those cut scores are and give us those ratings. So that means taper's not going to be released till early March, so you won't see me probably till then. You used to see me around December that I went over taper. And then your school report card and federal report card, that means that's going to be late March. So it kind of pushes there. And honestly, we start testing in April. So we're almost a full year from the last time we took STAR scores until we're going to end up getting this information. One thing I'm super proud of, as long as with my assistant, is our data dashboards and our House Bill 4545, now 1416 tracker. We did them last year as well. I shared a little bit of those, but I refer to them now as their dashboards on steroids. We are helping teachers, we are helping campuses, we are helping administrators, breaking down the data so they don't have to do that. We break it down by teacher, we break it down by even a class, we break it down by school, we break down the learning standard, the TEAC, we're showing growth. And so at this point, I've kind of put up on the right-hand side, we have a district data hub. And so a teacher or an administrator can go to this hub, they can click on the dashboard that they want to see. So of course, we've already done STAR. We've just finished MAP. We will have interim assessments, and then you see all the core that's related to STAR. In fact, by the time at the end of the year, we will have done about 250 data pulls. And what I mean is students take an assessment. When they're done, once the coordinators give us that date, we pull that data, we put it in a dashboard, we share it with teachers and campuses so they can review the data to see how kids did. So then we can make a quick decision on, hey, what did we not do so well in? And if you've been the teacher in that classroom, I remember those days where you killed that lesson, you thought you did a great job, and then they took the test and you went, what just happened? So this data will help them in ensuring that kids are understanding what they're rolling out. And then over there to the bottom right, we have helping teachers, helping campuses keep track of students that need accelerated hours. Accelerated hours are based off students that did not meet standard for STAR. Maybe they did not meet standard for STAR 2 years in a row. So a student could need, and they've revamped it, and I think it's for the good. It's now 1416. But we also have to track this for the state. The state wants us to make sure that we're getting the hours in, but they also want to know what resources that we're using to help those students. And so it's a little less than 30 seconds. A student accesses this. They put their name in, what really already logs their name, what the accelerated subject was, and then they log the time. And my data dude guy did a spreadsheet, and if I needed 30 hours of acceleration and I was in if I was in class or a pullout for 30 minutes, it automatically subtracts that 30 minutes from my 30 hours and lets the teacher know I need 29 and a half. So there's no having to figure that up or sheets everywhere and dealing with it that way. So then the last piece, we wanted to come up with some glows and grows. So in looking at the data that we have, the STAR data, grade 8 math showed growth for all 3 junior highs and all performance levels. When I talk about performance levels, we're talking about approaches, meets, and masters. And then grade 4 math, they grew in meets for all campuses. Why is that important? When you start looking at domain 3 and closing the gaps, a certain percentage of that only counts for students that get meets or higher. So when we look at meets and masters, it's important. Then grade 5 math showed growth in approaches and in meets, and so math had a good showing for STAR. And then English 1 and English 2, and you've probably heard me say before, those are the 2 probably most difficult EOC a high school student will take, and we showed great growth in that. English 1 showed a 5% growth for approaches. English 2 showed a 7% growth for approaches. And then U.S. history was 96%. They always knock that out of the park, but that 96% was actually where we were prior to COVID. So they've already got that back up where we were. And then some grows that we want to look at and focus on. Grade 3 through 5, reading language arts needs to be an area of focus. We want to continue to focus on domain 2A. That falls back on our balanced scorecard in 1.1A that we want every student to grow. A new piece to STAR in the redesign is the way writing is done. If you remember, 4th grade writing and 7th grade writing was taken back a couple years ago. The state has now replaced that with what we call short constructed responses and extended constructed responses. The short constructed responses are for grades 3 through 8, all subjects, in all the EOCs. And so students have to write out an answer versus picking A, B, C, or D. And then you have your extended constructed responses, which more align with what the writing test was, that they have to write. It's really a prompt that they have to write on. And so it's an area of focus because a student could earn 10 points, and across the state, this was an area of concern. An average elementary student earned between 2 and 3 out of 10 points. A secondary student earned between 4 and 5. And so not only a growth area that we want to look at, but it's also a growth area across the state. And then as always, we want to look at the meets and masters and make sure we keep those kids up, because I know like Ms. Harris was up here talking about our national merit semifinalists. We want more of those students, and that will help us keep those students on track. And so for me and my team, we look forward to continue with data dashboards and helping support campuses and looking at that data and how we can grow.
All right, so one of the ways that we're tracking that, Ms. Hilburn just talked about, was some of the assessments we're doing in our classroom. So the one that I want to talk about with you guys tonight is MAP. We've heard a lot about MAP. One of the things we've heard is we test our kids too much, it takes too long. So I wanted to point out a couple of things about MAP that we've really tried to refine our processes this year and mimic a STAR-like environment. So the test is about 42, 43 questions depending on the content area. And one of the things that MAP has told us is those tests should take about 45 to 55 minutes. What we're seeing is that kids are spending upwards of 60 to 90 minutes on this test, and that's kind of a good thing. What that tells us is that the kids have reached a level on that test that is above grade level. The more difficult the question is, the students start pausing on those questions, and we just need to get the teachers to encourage the student to pick the best answer and move through that test. So it's not a bad thing that kids are getting to that point. It's actually a really good thing. They've reached a level where it's above their grade level. One of the things they also told us is that kids are going to miss about 50% of the questions. That's okay. This is not for mastery of content. This is to see where the student is so we can get a baseline and see how they're growing throughout that year. I talked earlier today about the use of high-quality instructional materials. Like I said, a couple of weeks ago, we got together with our staff. We started assessing our resources that we have and identified some deficiencies. And that's what I came to you this evening. And the 50-minute presentation you heard earlier was all about high-quality instructional materials. I left you some information in your blue folder that highlights what those resources are and it defines it from the state. And we are working to address the gaps with the use of these resources.
Right, as we continue our work with the PLC process, teams create agendas and take notes complete with action steps in their work to provide high-quality instruction. As we go deeper into our PLC work this year, protocols will be developed for specific types of meetings, such as data analysis and the lesson internalization that you've heard about tonight. Teams will use data from ongoing formative assessments, including MAP growth and reading fluency, and district-developed quick checks and unit tests. Principals have also formed guiding coalitions at their campuses. This team of teachers work hand in hand with the campus administrator to set goals and move the work of the campus forward. Principals will be submitting a calendar of scheduled meetings and share information from PLC agendas and minutes to inform professional learning decisions. So we'll be taking that feedback that they're gathering from their teachers and use that at our department level to make decisions. Campuses and TLI are also working to strengthen the MTSS systems for student growth and providing students that need extra support, that support they need. In partnership, campus leaders and TLI will continue to conduct learning walks. These walks will be conducted housed in Kick-Up, which also provides metrics. And we're able to look and see some hot spots of areas that we need to address for training and to help them also in implementing our materials that we have at hand.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. And I want to follow up with Dr. Hollingsworth mentioned earlier in his report about our weekly check-in meetings that we have with our principals. Mrs. Mott and I, we have a meeting each Monday morning via Zoom. We have these check-in practices looking at our district classroom look-fors, as well as we've added the emphasis on high-quality instructional materials. We also will be conducting, as part of our TIA process, a monthly T-test calibration session. We had our first one last week. It went really, really well. And this is going to help our principals as they go in and observe teachers and make sure that they're all on the same page, because it's critical that we have our walks and our observations calibrated for TIA process. Principal said we want to streamline our walkthrough processes, so we had about 6 different forms we were using in Edgeforia. After a brief discussion, we limited that down to 2. So HR is helping us fix that in Edgeforia, so that's more user-friendly. And again, of course, we review our walkthrough data every week. We sit down via Zoom together and have these conversations, and they are very rich. Okay. 1.3 talks about every graduate. We want all of our graduates to be college, career, or military ready, and we want our CCMR numbers to increase every year. One thing that's interesting about what you've heard about is the new rollout for scaling for CCMR. The proposed change is significant. In the past, around a 65% CCMR rate was scaled to a 91 or an A. In the new system, that would be scaled to a 71, and to receive an A for CCMR or a 90, you'd have to have an 88% CCMR score, which, as you can see, that's a pretty significant jump in 1 year. That was also not released until last spring, which was a almost full year after the data points that would be used for that rating had already been earned, or so to speak. That hay was already in the barn, okay, because it is a lagging indicator. So 2023's rating is based on 2022's graduates, for which the rules were changed after they graduated. So if we take a look at this is another example where our previous around 66, 65% score was a 91. Now that would be a 71. And here's just a short, little small data table of what CCMR scores look like for WHS and for Global. Obviously, Global is 97%. Global is a full early college high school where every student has to take dual credit, so it's going to be different than WHS. But you can see WHS is right there at 66%, which was scaled to be an A. Here's an interesting graphic when you look at what the current, or the previous CCMR cut scores, how they would be applied to districts across the state, with a graduating class of between 501 to 2,000. That's where we land. And you can see that 69% of the districts in the state with a graduation class that size would have received an A on that CCMR rating. And down you can see B's were 20%, C's 9%, and D's whatever's left over. Now, if you take a look at the new scaling, you can see what an impact the new scaling will have on districts with a graduating class of our size. If you turn that on its side, you would see what most people would call a bell curve, a bell-shaped curve, which with actually a little bit tailed right, I believe. If I can remember my statistics, I'm trying to remember that. But you can see only 7% A's and 16% F's. So that's a major, major change. And again, this is just what it looks like across the entire state, all districts. And you can see where the current rating system, or what was in place before they made the shift, and then what it would look like now. This is across the entire state. And again, very similar to a bell-shaped curve.
I just want to point out to the board and to the community that this is an important slide because it really indicates why it is that a lot of districts are joining in on a lawsuit currently against the Texas Education Agency for this very reason. It is a moving of the goalposts in the middle of the game. That's the bottom line. And that's why it is a major concern to a lot of districts around the state.
Thank you, Dr. H. Okay. Obviously, we're going to get into a little bit of the details of 1.3. All right, so one of our key strategic actions is to implement, publish, and sustain a district-wide college readiness framework to inform staff, students, and parents. We know that we need to have more students taking advanced level courses in order to push them further. We are working with Region 10, in partnership with Region 10, to have our counselors be trained in what's called the Effective Advising Framework. I believe that first meeting is tomorrow. We also are working with our counselors at middle school and high school to make sure that we inform parents as they come in from grades 5 to 6, 6 to 7, 7 to 8, 8 to 9, about the course selections that they have. We know it's critical, especially for math that algebra in 8th grade or quicker makes a big difference in how a student will progress into high school. We want to see our AP dual credit and pre-AP numbers go up. We did see a slight 7% increase in the enrollment in those courses from 21-22 to 22-23. So another tool that we have is when our students take the PSAT, that we get what's called a report of AP potential based on those scores. In Dawn's office, they will get those letters out to our counseling staff to make sure our counseling staff gets those in our parents' hands, so that we did that last spring, and we'll continue to work with that. And hopefully we'll even make that more robust in the future to make sure parents can make good, informed decisions with their students about the courses that they take and make sure that they're challenging themselves. One of the things we want to ask students is, you're taking one advanced course, can you take two? You're taking two courses, can you take three? Because we want students to push themselves. Also, we've heard mentioned earlier today about our CCMR score. I've talked about it some, and we know that we want that to go up. The state's moved the goalpost, so to speak, and for the most part, schools have been very good about meeting the challenges that the state's given us. We've done it over and over and over again, and we will do it again, okay? But one of the ways we have to be very intentional and making sure that all of our students have access to a way to earn that CCMR point. Now, one of those ways is to utilize the Texas College Bridge program, which is a college prep math and college prep English curriculum that is self-paced. We are enrolling students more and more in that program right now. As of now, we have 174 of our seniors enrolled in College Bridge Math and 121 in English. We're expanding this to High School of Choice, and as needed at Global, not as much at Global, of course, but High School of Choice has a different rating threshold, and we believe we can score a very high score with CCMR rate at High School of Choice by encouraging our students that graduate from SOC to complete Texas College Bridge before they graduate.
May I ask a question, Dr.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this in addition to the 4 Englishes that they're required, or is the class the 4th English, or is it an additional class?
I believe it's addition.
Okay,
it's a college prep class, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. Also, to increase enrollment and success in advanced academics, this is our first year that we put into our accelerated pathway at junior high for math and science. We're really excited about that. We have a cohort that's going to a 0 hour at WHS with Ms. Dominy as their teacher. These are students from Howard and Findlay. We have a cohort also at Coleman with the teacher on staff there. This process, of course, is ongoing. Right now, we have 39 students in accelerated math. They're taking 6th, 7th, and half of 8th in the 6th grade. And they're taking high school IPC in the 6th grade. So that's going to push those students up past Algebra 1, junior high 2 geometry, and all the way to Biology 1 by 8th grade. So when they graduate, when they leave junior high, they will have math credits and 2 math credits and 2 science credits before they enter into high school. It is our hope, it is our mission to push more and more students towards those upper level science and math classes that will help Mrs. Harris have more and more and more National Merit Scholars finalists. That's our goal. And obviously, we're going to continue to look at our participation rates here. We use MAP scores as our cut points, and we'll look at those every year and evaluate where our students fall. Again, we want to increase our participation and our average scores on ACT, SAT, and TSIA. TSIA is another college entrance test. We give those on campus. And we did see some increase in our participation last year, but with that increase, we saw a slight decrease in our scores. And again, we did see an increase in our AP participation, but our performance was relatively flat. All right, and I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Binnicker now to talk about CCMR at CTE.
Good evening, board. Happy birthday, Dr. Hollingsworth. All right, so 1.3B is all about meeting CCMR in our CTE programs. So first of all programs of study in WISD are aligned with an industry-based certification. So somewhere in that program, they're going to see an industry-based certification opportunity. We continue to work with the counseling department to ensure that our students follow the correct course sequence to complete a program of study. And this is really important now because now the student doesn't just earn the industry-based certification and it checks off that CCMR box for them. They also have to complete the 4-year course sequence along with that certification. where am I? Sorry. CTE is participating in Region 10's effective advising framework, and we're collaborating with administrators across the district to do that here in WISD. We will also continue to utilize our CTE student planning guide, which is posted on both the CTE website and the WISD website. We're working on one for Global High School as well. That's just a really great tool for our students, especially for our 8th grade parents to look through, that highlights all of our programs. Moving on, we currently offer dual credit in several programs at WHS and Global. This year we've added cybersecurity at both Global and WHS. We're adding EMT at Global, and we've added diesel technology in partnership with TSTC at WHS as well. We had planned to add construction trades. The class was just too small and didn't make, so we'll continue with that next year. And we're also looking at adding business as well. As we've discussed, the final course, often the 4th course in the program of study, is the course in which students have the opportunity to go out into the community to participate in internships and jobs. And we're always looking for new ways to partner with industry leaders in the community who are willing to hire our students to give them that work-based learning experience. Next, we've made some significant additions and adjustments to our CTE programs at the junior highs. The state has shifted to a new course at the junior high level. It's Career and College Explorations. The state is offering us the curriculum for free for that, and so the teachers are able to work with that with the students. The really great thing with that is it's also in partnership with the Texas Workforce Commission, so all data in that text and that textbook, even though it's online, is live all the time. So as workforce data trends change, the information that the students are getting, it changes it with that. This year we added PLTW Gateway to our junior highs as well. I have had so many students and teachers reach out about how amazing this program is. The students are loving working with it. I've even had a teacher say that he will never retire as long as he gets to teach PLTW Gateway, and I guarantee you we will take him up on that. And then last, as we continue outreach with our elementary schools for CTE, our CTE teachers and our students participate in the career days at the schools. That little elementary students love working with the high school students, and I know it's a big highlight for our students and teachers as well. And then last, our Industry Leadership Council meets quarterly to join us in conversations about the local workforce needs and to analyze workforce data that's provided to us both by the Texas Workforce Commission and by Interlink North Texas. We work with the industry leaders to identify high-growth, high-wage careers in the greater Ellis County area and the greater DFW area. And these are important conversations for us to have with those people in the community as we are looking to plan for comprehensive high school number 2.
And last but not least, talking about increased exposure and awareness for armed forces post-secondary opportunities and to implement a JROTC program. We are excited to tell you that we have received permission, acceptance to offer a naval JROTC program in Waxahachie ISD. We were in the early planning stages of that. We were given the option to let it start in the fall of 24. That was the option that we selected because we know it's going to take us a while to get that planned, but we're very excited about that. We also wanted to increase the opportunities our students have to take the ASVAB on campus. Mrs. Harris reported earlier that we have 2 different testing opportunities. We doubled that number of students that took it from the year before to last year. We want to make sure that our students have the opportunity to meet with recruiters on campus. The high school keeps a very robust schedule, a rotating schedule, which all branches of the military, National Guard are able to come in and meet with our students during lunches and set up a table and talk. That happens throughout the school year. And last but not least, we are excited to continue our strong relationship with our Congressman Jake Elsey's office, as he has been so gracious to help us to host for 2 years now a Service Academy symposium at WHS. And last year we had around 30 students and parents show up. This year we doubled that to over 60. So we're really excited about that. And we hope that some of our students will want to enter a career in the military, go to a service academy, be accepted to a service academy, get an appointment. So that is our hope, and we know that we'll get there because of the kind of great kids we have in WISD. Next month, our Priority 2 report, Balanced Scorecard report, will specifically detail Priority 2, honor and supporting our staff. And we're here for any questions that you may have.
I have one.
Yes, sir.
Is there some kind of incentive we can offer the kids at the high school to make them want to go get this CCMR without having to push them towards that?
So, yes, we did put in place a year or so ago the requirement to have a CCMR point to get an off period. You know, students, those seniors want that off period. And so that is one thing that we have as a carrot, is if you'll get that CCMR point, you will be able to get an off period. That's one thing. There are other things we could do. I mean, we don't have necessarily, I don't think we have chords on there, but kids love chords. That'd be an option.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, moving on to report E, informational bond 2023 construction update. Mr. Mott.
Good evening, Board. Dr. Hollingsworth. I'm here tonight to give you an update on the 2023 bond construction. First one, I'm going to give you an update on, we have updated the website that we used to have for going forward when we were going and information for the bond. Now we're putting on what we are doing with, since the bond is passed, what we are doing. So we have included now the bond oversight committee and the meeting notes that we'll have from those. The construction updates I give here at the board meeting will be on there as well for people to look at. We are slowly working to update Prop C so everybody can see what we will be doing at campuses, what has been completed at campuses, and what's in the process of on each individual campus. And then lastly, we have just started the live feed for ES10. Wildman Steam will be coming on board here very shortly. If you'd like to see, I'm not going to be able to see a lot, but if you'd like to see what ES10 looks like right now, we can show you. Everybody like to see that? Yes. Here we go. So you'll go onto the website. It is on the website. You'll be able to go onto the website. Once it comes up, there's going to be an arrow in the top right. You click that, and it will become live. So if you look at it during the day, you will see people out there moving around, machinery moving around, and all that. Right now, of course, there's nothing moving, but it would be a live stream showing you exactly what's going on. If any of you are interested, turn it on about 2 o'clock tonight, and I'll see y'all out there because we are pouring tonight at 2 a.m. So there will be people moving around there tonight at 2 a.m. And it's going to take a little bit of time because this throws us out of the board presentation. So Steve Castellato is going to get us back to where we need to be. Okay, so that is where we're up on the actual bond website page. So we'll continually update that throughout the year, and as we do things, you'll see updates on that. You can see there at the bottom, you do see the page has the different things, and the piece on the right is actually the construction site, and have all those different things on there. Next, we're going to talk about Proposition A. We're going to start with Elementary School 10. Elementary School 10 is still on time and on budget. Scheduled to hopefully be, all utilities will be finished this week, installed. We are starting to pour fire lanes tonight. Before we can go vertical, the city has a rule that you cannot go vertical without all fire lanes being in. So tonight will be the first pour we are doing to start getting fire lanes put in. And hopefully by the end of the week, we'll have all of them but one approach put in. So we'll pour tonight. We're pouring again Wednesday night on that. We will have, by the end of this week, or I guess the end of next week, we'll have all grade beams for the whole building poured and all spot footings poured. So a lot of the concrete is going to be poured, and then we're going to start seeing slab pours coming on very soon. We will, as of this morning when I was out there at the trailer talking to them, our date to start going vertical, which will be in the storm shelter, we'll start putting it up, is October 2nd. We're going to start seeing material delivered at the end of the month, and then start putting up October 2nd is the plan to start going vertical in that area, which is a storm shelter is better known as a gymnasium. So here's a picture here of the site on 731 you see on the left. On 831 you see there on the right. Those are the drones. You can see down there in the bottom right you see that little white truck. That is actually a pump truck. We had poured that morning a lot of grade beams and spot footings there in what we call Area A, which is the administration, cafeteria, and the gym area. So tonight you can kind of see we're going to be pouring some of these fire lanes here as I pointed out there.
Here's what some of them looked at laid out. That is one of the utility issues when we dug into. We discovered that the utility, when the utility company put it in, it was about 6 inches higher than where it needed to be, so we had to dig back and fix it. And those are the things you find out when you start digging in, when two different people are laying. You have a utility company and a MEP company doing it. So then we're going to go to Wallenstein. Wallenstein had groundbreaking on August 31st. Had a very good showing for that. Right now we are finishing up the permit process for that. Here's a layout of Wallenstein if you'd like to see it, in accordance to how it's laying out to the high school and those kind of things. So you'll do see there's 3 drives there for that. They will be shared differently for when we do traffic control for that school building. All that's being discussed right now at the city. As part of our we filed for early grading permit. We're working on finishing up the city permitting, and that's all part of that we have to go through to get through all those permitting. We're also working with TxDOT for some permits. We do have to go under the highway to get bring some things across, and we will also have a D-cell XL lane put in front of the school there along Business 287.
And Stephen, one of the first things we'll see is that 3-acre pond.
Yes, sir.
being
So
dug.
on the far left of your picture there is we will start to, as soon as we get early grading permit, we will start digging a 3 to 4 acre pond out there, anywhere from, I believe is about 14, 15 feet deep. What that's allowing us to do is, instead of paying for fill dirt, for all the dirt we have to bring in to level this site out, we're getting it from on site. That is going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of $500,000 savings. Could be even more than that. I'd rather just stay about that much right now, and then hopefully we'll get more. So with that savings right there, it'll get us back into where we wanted to be on our construction budget. It'll get us back to just about dead even on that. And that actually was brought to us by our earthwork person that got our earthwork. He said, if you'll let me dig there, I can save you money. So it's very good savings. Hancock building conversion. We have given BTC drawings last Monday for 75% complete drawings, so they can go out and kind of get some estimated pricing so we can kind of see how we are looking on that. The end of the drawings will begin by the end of the month. They'll probably go out for bidding soon after that. We're looking at the end of October, have the bidding done, and hopefully in November board meeting, you'll be approving that GMP. We're currently working on Prop C, things we're working on. Quite a few things you approved last board meeting. So we were already working on the north side roof overlay. That's going well. We have 255 AC units on order currently, and those will be throughout the district being replaced, and that's on just about every campus we have except Simpson and WHS. We also have playgrounds being installed and on order. We have some doors and door hardware that have all been on order. And here's some pictures of what's going on. So there is north side this morning in that top picture. That is actually the 300 hall. 100 hall, the roof has been complete. We're working on putting some fascia metal and some gutters on it starting probably the end of the week. This is the 300 hall, and then they're working on the gym as well at the current time. The bottom 2 pictures, that is Clift Elementary's largest playground, and they are putting in the subgrade rock, and then they'll come in and put some decomposed granite, some padding, and it'll all be turfed. We're getting, so quite a few of our playgrounds, we're going from the old wood mulch to turf underneath it. It does help the maintenance side. That's a big relief, because every year we have to start refilling those playgrounds and fluffing them and doing those things, and there's only a certain type of mulch you can use in the playgrounds for safety barriers and things like that. So it is a big savings for us on that. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Mott. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank y'all.
Okay, our last item on the reports is our informational report on method of voting for the elections of trustees. Mr. Alvin.
Thank you, Mr. President, Board, Dr. Hollingsworth. 4 years ago, 2019, the board, for the first time in Waxahachie ISD's history, adopted the method of elections by places. At that time, we also adopted the model policy language that TASB had at BBB local, which set our method of voting at plurality. what it says, the plain language there in BBB local is, to be elected, a candidate must receive more votes than any other candidate for the place. What it means is that using this method, if there's an election with 3 or more candidates, whoever has the most votes wins, period. There's no runoff. And so you do it one time. And the question's been asked, well, is that the way a school district has to do it? The answer is no, but it is the way that the overwhelming majority of districts do it. And just walk through tonight and explain why and give you things to think about for if you want to make a change. But within our region, there are 81 school districts. 74 of our school districts use plurality as their method of voting, meaning that when those districts have an election, it's over with that first Saturday in May. Whatever happens, happens. Whoever has most votes, that's it. 7 districts have majority as their method, meaning that they will have a runoff if there are 3 or more candidates and no one received a majority. Within Ellis County, up until last year, all 10 districts were aligned and used plurality as their method. Before the May 23 election, Red Oak ISD changed, and so gives us now a sample district within the county. Now we have one that is using majority as its method. And so let's walk through some of the positives, some of the reasons why the overwhelming vast majority of school districts use plurality as their method. Expense avoidance is number one. The total fee here in Ellis County for the May election and then the June special runoff election was $28,850 imposed by the elections office to all the entities that had runoffs. There were 4 entities in that runoff. 3 were cities, 1 was the school district, Red Oak. Red Oak's fee was $9,200. That was proportionate based on the number of voters. We're bigger than Red Oak, and so that fee would have been larger for Waxahachie ISD had Waxahachie ISD been in that scenario. Because Waxahachie ISD had plurality, its election was over in May. It didn't incur this fee in June. So in addition to just the monetary fee imposed by the elections office, you also have your use of facilities. Generally speaking, this building, the administration building, is used for early voting. Well, the early voting period lasts a full work week, including the first Friday in June, because the special election, the runoff election, is 5 weeks after the general. Generally speaking, this building's closed the Fridays in June and July. So you'd be talking about using this building for 5 business days. You'd be talking about using this building, electrifying this building on at least one Friday in June, which you generally wouldn't use this building. And then the election site itself on Saturday, generally, we utilize the Marvin Biomedical Academy because we've never had a special runoff. We've never had to electrify that building on a day in June. But with a runoff election, you'd have to utilize that. Time. Those 74 districts in Region 10, those 9 districts like us in Ellis County that let the results in May speak for themselves. Most years, your first Saturday in May, you have a week in between the second Monday in May when you have your general meeting for the month of May. That week in between gives you an opportunity to canvass votes and come to that May meeting and allow you, as you're required to do under BDAA legal and local, to elect your president, vice president, and secretary. If you have to wait for a runoff 5 weeks later into the middle of June, generally speaking, you're not going to be able to even have that lag to let your regular meeting in June cover your reorganization and your candidate election. You're going to have a special called meeting in June or wait till your meeting in July just to set your officers for the upcoming school year. The final positive for the plurality method is simply turnout. This previous May election gives you a pretty decent sample to go by. We had 14.51% turnout. Nothing to brag about, not great turnout, but 14.15% turnout in May. You have a much lower turnout, 5.83% turnout for the June special joint runoff. Folks just aren't motivated to come back to vote, and so you've got a interestingly small sample size that comes back for that runoff. Here's another thing to contemplate. I didn't say this was a positive or negative, but as incumbents, all 7 of you, I would absolutely understand if you would contemplate this as an additional positive for the plurality. So you saw that you go from 15% turnout down to 5% turnout for that runoff. Statewide, it has just proven itself that generally speaking, that vote for a challenger translates to another vote for a challenger in the runoff, a vote against the incumbent. Now, there's not enough school districts in the state to analyze, so there's really not a sample size, but TexElects.com did an analysis from 1996 to 2022, gives you 26 years worth of election data. For statewide officer incumbents had a 30% successful reelection experience across the board in runoffs. Statewide legislator incumbents facing runoffs, only 20.5, 1 in 5 were successful. 4 out of 5 times the challenger defeated the incumbent in the runoff. And then congressional incumbents, there's just not a huge sample size there. It's only happened a few times. Most of the times when you see a lot of people running for a congressional seat, it's because it's an open seat. But in those few times where you've had at least 2 challengers to a congressional incumbent, neither got a majority. None of the incumbents have won their reelection. So you have all of that, which has formed the basis for why school districts, generally speaking, have adopted the plurality method. What is the positive for the majority? Well, it's in its name. It's the certainty of the majority. And it's truly up to you, the board, to determine the balance of how you weigh just how important the certainty of majority is. It's just plain math. If you have 2 candidates, and by the time you get to that runoff, when you have 2 candidates, you're certain then in that runoff election that somebody's got to have the will of the majority. Somebody's got to have 50.01%, at least 1 vote more than the majority. If you have 3 candidates, it's possible that someone with just over a third can become the candidate, can become the trustee. 4 candidates, just over a quarter. 5 candidates, it's possible, mathematically possible, just over 20%. But as we said in the beginning, 74 of the 81 districts in Region 10, 9 of the 10 districts in Ellis County have remained utilizing plurality as their method of voting. Any questions?
I know that when we change to places, that we're in this forever, type thing. If we changed to majority versus plurality, would we be stuck in this majority forever? Or, you know what I'm saying? Because when we changed to places, we knew we were changing forever.
So there is statutory language that applied to the change that was made that's not the same as it relates to the method of voting. So Ms. Kriegel's question, when the board decided to go to places, that was a forever change. You can't go back to the general plurality method where you have candidates running at large for 2 or 3 positions at a time. We can't go back to that ever. But the method of voting, that statutory language isn't as prescriptive. This was a part of what the board was able to do when it adopted the language in BBB. It could have adopted majority. It could have adopted plurality. We adopted plurality basically just using the model language from TASB. You would have the freedom, if you did choose to go, Red Oak has the freedom to go back to plurality if they so choose. Now, a lot of districts have been involved in the court system because of a challenge. That hasn't happened in Waxahachie ISD, and I'm not asking or trying to invite that, but there are some districts that then do have more prescriptive requirements because there's a court order or some action from the Justice Department, but that's not applicable here. Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, board, moving into item 9 is our consent agenda. We have items A through K. Am I correct?
I'd like to make a motion, we approve the consent agenda items A through K.
Motion by Mr. Starnader. Second by Mrs. Timmerman. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Motion carries 6-0. Okay, moving on to our action item A would be consideration with possible action to adopt the M&O maintenance and operation tax rate of 0.7575 and INS interest and sinking tax rate of 0.4129 cents. Mr. Cobb.
Thanks, sir. So, board, tonight we had our public hearing with regards to these tax rates. The rates, as President Autry just mentioned, M&O rate 0.7575 and the INS rate 0.4129. Total tax rate of $1.1704.
If there are any questions or any more discussion, if not, I'll entertain a motion to approve action item A as presented.
So moved.
Motion by Mrs. Kriegel,
Second.
second by Mr. McCutcheon. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Motion carries 6-0. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, action item B would be consideration and possible action to approve the design services proposal from EMA Engineering and Consulting Incorporated for electric switchgear replacements and Proposition C projects. I really thought I was going to get out of here without using the word switchgear.
With what?
Without using the word switchgear.
So in Proposition C, we have 4 campuses that have their switch gears to be updated. Some of them are very old, and we should have done this a while back. They're Federal Pacific, and those have all been out, quote unquote outlawed, and we do have to replace those now. And so we are looking at all the switch gears have to, we can't just go in there and say, hey, just change these out. They do have to be engineered. So the engineers will come in and check them, look at them, see everything, and then they'll draw us up. So when we go to these electric companies, they'll say, this is exactly what we need. So the campuses that are touched are Shackelford, Dunaway, Finley, and Turner.
I'd like to add something there, just for the record. The Federal Pacific panels, along with some stab block panels and some others that are used in buildings. I'm having a lot of those. As an insurance agent, we can't even write them anymore, and people that have them, their insurance is being canceled or non-renewed. So it's not a joke. It does have to be done as a requirement. Just FYI, that's industry standard.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anyone else? I entertain a motion to approve action item B as presented. Motion by Mr. Schofield. Second by Mr. Starnader. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Motion carries 6-0. Thank you very much, Mr. Mott. Action item C will be consideration with possible action to approve a resolution addressing the requirement of House Bill 3 to provide armed security officers at all campuses that ratifies the Combined School Marshals Program and School Resource Officer. Program as a district's plan to satisfy section 37.081 of the Texas Education Code. So, Mr. Alvin.
Thank you, Mr. President and Board. In 2016, you approved a SRO program with the City of Waxahachie and Waxahachie Police Department. In 2018, you approved a Marshall Plan. And since that time, we have had armed security at every one of our campuses throughout the district, 6 years strong now. Thank you very much for that. House Bill 3 strictly defines armed security solely as peace officers. Neither the district has the funding, nor does Waxahachie Police Department have the personnel to give us 12 additional peace officers. But we do have armed security at every one of our campuses in the form of school marshal, and we have the extra benefit at our secondary campuses of having an additional school resource officer. And so tonight, we ask the board to approve the resolution that ratifies that effort to satisfy the House Bill 3 requirement to have armed security at all of our campuses.
Any questions for Mr. Alvachon? Okay. I'll entertain a motion to approve action item C as presented. Motion by Mr. Schofield, second by Ms. Kriegel. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion carries 6-0. Thank you very much. Okay, action item D would be consideration with possible action to approve the Next Step Community Solutions purchase order for behavioral mental health and/or substance abuse counseling at the amount of $321,400.
All right, good evening again, board. I've brought with me tonight Mr. McDonald to come and give you an overview of the Next Step Community Solutions program and what's been happening in WISD for the last year. So I'm going to invite him to come and speak to you tonight.
Thank you, board. Thank you, Dr. Hollingsworth, for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Jansen McDonald. I'm the lead mental health counselor with Next Step Community Solutions. We provide mental health services to school districts across the state of Texas. And we have been servicing Waxahachie ISD since 2020. This past year in 2022-2023 school year, we served 287 students across all campuses in WISD, grades K through 12. We offer individual and group counseling services to all campuses. We also offer a suicide prevention program known as Sources of Strength. It is a evidence-based upstream suicide prevention program that's peer-led and staff-supported. That was something that we implemented at Coleman Junior High last year, and it was very successful. We had a lot of great feedback from that, and we have future plans to unroll that at the other middle schools this upcoming school year, and hopefully in the future, the high school as well. We also provide student and parent presentations on mental health topics. These are open to the community to educate the greater community on mental health needs. These range from suicide and self-harm to social media to anxiety and depression. And we have one coming up next Monday at Waxahachie High School on suicide awareness. So this is a breakdown of the students that we saw last year. We served 112 elementary age students, 71 middle school students, and 104 high school students. Of the students that we served, 42% of the students seen were identified as at risk. This is terminology that's used by the state to determine students that are potentially at risk of dropping out of high school before graduation. Another breakdown we have is the gender and race ethnicity of the students. So 44% male, 54% female, and the race ethnicity pretty accurately matches your overall district, with 60% being white, 23% being black, and 35% identifying as Hispanic and Latino. So these are just some of the common reasons for referrals that are made to us. The greatest need is mental health concerns. This is students that may have something going on, but school administration might not quite know what that is. They just know that they need help. So they would be referred to us for mental health concerns, and we would get them the services that they need. Closely following that, we see anxiety, behavioral concerns, grief and loss, and suicide and self-harm. Those are just some of the reasons why our mental health professionals meet with the students in the district. So with every student that we see, we screen them for adverse childhood experiences. These are potentially traumatic events that occur during childhood, and research shows that the higher number of ACE scores that students have, the more likely they are to experience things like stroke, cancer, attempted suicide, or substance abuse later on in life. So 91% of the students that were referred to our program had at least one ACE score that was identified, and 56% of the students that were referred to us had at least 4. So the higher that number goes, the more potential risk there is for these kids. This is my favorite piece of data. Although we focus on mental health and addressing mental health concerns, we often see a ripple effect that we keep track of for students as well. So from the students that were referred to us, we saw a 55% improvement in attendance, 78% improvement in behavior, and 60% improvement in grades. This data is taken from your numbers from the district. This is not our numbers. This is school faculty and personnel that is reporting back to us on what they're seeing. Specifically focusing on mental health, we saw a 65% improvement in anxiety symptoms for students that were referred for anxiety, and 67% improvement in depression symptoms for students who were referred for depression. We use clinical assessments like the GAD and the PHQ to assess for these risks. Of the 287 students that came through our program last year, 37 were assessed for potential suicide risk. Of that 37, 22 were identified as high risk, meaning that we were able to then get them to the next level of care and kind of do a soft handoff to get them where they needed to go beyond our services. Again, our Sources of Strength program is a suicide prevention program, but rather than focusing on shock and sadness, we try to focus on hope and strength. We really capitalize on students' strengths and try to equip them with the resources that they need to cope with the hard parts of life. This is a peer-led program, and it is supported by staff. We had 8 adult advisors, 30 peer leaders, and 845 students that participated in our first campaign at Coleman Junior High. Ms. Monica Taylor, one of the guidance counselors at Coleman, shared with us that the following day after implementing this program on their campus, they had one of the peer leaders bring another student to her office that was having suicide ideation. So we can quickly see how having programs like this has a great impact on the entire student body. Another service we provide is parent and student presentations. This past year, we had 20 parents attend our suicide prevention meeting. We had 846 students attend our suicide prevention and awareness presentation. That is all for my presentation tonight. We are excited to continue working with the district in the future to meet kids' needs. I'm open to questions and will answer them the best that I can.
I did have a question on that last slide.
Yes, ma'am.
It flashed up some numbers. Are those a certain group, like the 8th grade or 7th grade or 6th grade that you're doing the presentation to?
So this particular presentation was offered to 8th grade students. Yes, ma'am.
What?
To 8th grade students.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's what made sense to me as I looked at it.
Yes, and that's something that we hope to continue providing in the future and maybe hit more grade levels on multiple campuses.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions?
I have one other question. So this will be funded through ESSER funds, is that correct?
Up to this point, we have been funded through ESSER funds. To my awareness, I believe ESSER funds come to an end at the end of this coming school year in 2024.
Right.
So that is what the big question is right now, is where the funding is going to come to potentially, keep this program running in Waxahachie ISD.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, at this time I'll entertain a motion to approve the next step.
Wait a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I don't have a question, but I just wanted to say thank you for everything you do for our students. It's so needed. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It truly is an honor.
I had a quick question too. Just, can you go over like how a student is identified? Is it
Yes.
counselor? Can peers
Yes.
do that?
So to be referred for counseling services through our program, everything is funneled through the guidance counselors on every campus. That can be brought to the attention of the guidance counselor by a peer, by another faculty member, but it is the guidance counselors that make the referral to our program. And then once they are referred to our program, we get consent from parents to meet with students, and then we provide individual or group counseling there on their campus. That way they don't have to leave school to receive mental health support. We are right there, accessible to them. Thank you.
At this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve the Next Step Community Solutions purchase order for behavioral, mental health, and/or substance abuse counseling in the amount of $321,400.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Kriegel,
Second.
second by Ms. Starnader. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion carries 6-0. And our last action item would be the purchase of high-quality instructional material. I'm sorry, you got me confused here now. Consideration possible to approve the purchase of Amplify Reading for grades kindergarten through 8th grade in both print and digital versions in the amount not to exceed $780,000.
All right, thank you again, board. I'm going to phone a friend and invite two of my colleagues up here, Ms. Wittenberg and Mrs. Polk, to come and give you some more information about Amplify Texas. So you can just tap on that right there.
Good evening, board. Dr. Hall. Oh, sorry. The teacher voice. Good evening, board. Dr. Hollingsworth. About a month ago, a few administrators went to the Effective Schools Framework training at Region 10. As a part of the self-assessment process, need for high-quality instructional materials, specifically in the area of reading, emerged, and we began looking for materials that met this need. Amplify Texas emerged as a good fit for our current needs. Amplify was created during the pandemic to assist with learning loss. Since then, many districts have implemented this curriculum, and data is demonstrating positive student growth. Amplify Texas is a high-quality instructional material that has research-based instructional strategies aligned with the science of reading, Texas Reading Academies, and it is 100% aligned to the TEKS. Amplify supplies teachers with explicit and systematic instruction. By using Amplify, all students in grades kindergarten through 8th grade will receive the high quality grade level instruction. Our current adoption, however, does not include explicit writing instruction. Amplify Texas has writing lesson plans and teaches the writing process. These are the 4 core research-based instructional strategies for reading, or ARBIs. Foundational skills. In August, we began using benchmark phonics to provide instruction for foundational skills. Thank you for investing in our young readers. Text complexity refers to the level of text students have access to. Amplified grade level text are cross-curricular, meaning science and social studies, and includes this academic vocabulary. Reading research supports that students need daily access to grade level text. If they do not have daily access to these, they will struggle to meet standards. Text coherence builds knowledge and vocabulary through reading in all content areas, such as science and social studies. The background knowledge developed through text coherence directly supports students as they engage in the next research-based instructional strategy of text-based responses. Now, text-based responses, this is simply writing about what you read, and that increases your comprehension. Amplify provides specific opportunities for students to read, write, and speak grounded in evidence from the text. This directly aligns to our district instructional framework. I want to wrap up with a quote from an article in Education Week, and it's this year, August of 2023, by Tiffany Young. She's a professor of curriculum instruction in Nebraska. She taught 10 years previously. The more I taught, the more I realized they can't move to higher levels if they aren't being taught at that level. Students can't learn something they're not exposed to. WISD has excellent educators who work hard and care deeply for their students and families. Our teachers strive to provide rigorous, high-quality instruction that results in student growth. Our teachers are not being asked to abandon good teaching strategies. Quite the opposite. We want to provide a resource that is based in research to get more students reading and writing on grade level. Amplify Texas is the resource to support both our teachers and students in accomplishing just that. Thank you.
Good evening, Board and Dr. Hollingsworth. I was one of the administrators who attended the Effective School Framework training at Region 10 a couple of weeks ago. There was a focus in the discussion on high-quality instructional materials, and they gave us Amplify actually to look at to see if it matched the rubric. And based on this rubric provided by TEA, I knew we did not have a high-quality instructional material for elementary reading and writing. I have already seen the evidence and benefits of our recently purchased benchmark in the classroom. It's easy of implementation with our teachers, the students are engaged, and it's best practices for teaching phonics. We need the same kind of resource for reading and writing, and Amplify is explicit reading and writing instruction with questions for student discourse and discussion already embedded and integrates relevant anchor content connections in both science and social studies, which connects also to their extended constructive response that they're going to be seeing on the STAR tests. For teachers, this will give them back time and planning by not having to pull from 3 or 4 resources just to build their lesson plans weekly. For students, it will ensure that we have a streamlined, high-quality resource in place for teaching, reading, and writing, and will serve as the next steps to support our academic growth for all of our students.
I believe this last slide here is just a 5th grade level assignment there, so you can see what that unit and the lesson looks like. That's all for our presentation, if y'all have any questions for us.
Have any other questions for Dr. Beneker? Can we put the agenda language back up on the screen, please? Whoever's in charge of that. You do it. Okay. Questions, comments, board? Okay.
I have a comment. I just really feel, I think the program's probably great, probably fine. We need something for all of our kids. My problem with it is that the quickness. I feel like that the principals, have not had a lot of time to absorb it. I believe a week ago, and it's just a lot. It's a lot for us to absorb. I happened to be at a CASA conference last week, so I didn't really learn all the ins and outs of it until this morning, or really till this afternoon. I worry that it is going to take teachers more time. I'm very concerned about the teachers' time, and I'm also concerned about them losing all autonomy. Miss Wittenberg, I met with Miss Wittenberg this afternoon, and she was wonderful and explained it to me, and she assured me that the teachers would not lose all autonomy, but I do have concerns.
Anyone else? Schofield? Go ahead.
My concerns run a little deeper. I think it is probably a very effective tool and probably necessary. I don't think we would be here talking about it if our test scores weren't where we wanted them to be. I think it's reactionary. But I do think it's necessary. But I would like to see us organize what we're doing. I would like to see us at a campus level make sure that we have people on task, because I do feel like that's part of our problem. I've looked at the test scores in depth, and there's some patterns there that are disturbing. I think this will help bring them on task. And I've been a part of curriculum rollouts twice as a teacher when it wasn't all thought out before it was done, and it was a mess. Ms. Hilburn was actually my boss, believe it or not. We came into the district at the same time, many years ago, both science teachers, and here's a good example, because we both taught very differently. But her scores and mine were both very comparable and very good all the way through, and she'll tell you right now that's the truth. But we approached it from I drive her crazy because I'm haphazard to an extent, and she drives me crazy because she is so meticulous. But it worked. I think we need to look at things and make sure we're doing it right, because the last time when she was my boss, we went to a curriculum rollout, I sat in a classroom and I didn't have the materials that I needed to do my job. It wasn't her fault, by the way. Had I not had 8 years experience teaching, I probably would have never pulled it off. If it had been a new kid on the block, they would have never been able to make it. I really would like to see this back, and I'd like to see it back fast, but I would like to see us address some other things that are causing these scores as well, because it's not the only issue, but it is disturbing to me that the reading is the last one we're implementing, because it is the first one that's necessary to perform in every other subject area. And I think we've really missed the ball on that. So I commend you. I'm not, in my opinion, I wouldn't say stop. I'd say foot on the gas, but let's get it all organized first.
Anyone else? Started?
I'm just thinking that I concur with some of my fellow trustees here, and maybe just to double check. And but also we need to be sensitive too to our, our staff is telling us that we are increasing the type of teachers that we have now are less experienced too. So I definitely see where y'all are coming from on that, and I want to be sensitive to that as well. This is tough.
I think as a board, it's our job to give administration the tools that they need to be successful, to bring us the results that we're looking for. And I don't hear anybody here saying we don't want to do that. But what I'm hearing is we don't want to do that on a decision that we're making tonight on something we were presented with 2 or 3 days ago. Does that sound pretty fair? Okay.
Mr. President, I move to table action item E to the next scheduled board meeting, or if necessary, a special called meeting, to allow us more time to discuss the Amplify Reading Program.
And I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion to table by Mrs. Timmerman. We have a second by Mrs. Kriegel. Is there any other discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries 6-0. Okay, moving on to our comment from individual board members. No particular order. Anyone wants to go first, you're more than welcome.
Well, first I want to say happy birthday to Dr. Hollingsworth. I don't lead singing, but if anybody wants to start it. I want to change how y'all usually think of midnight. I want to say thank you to the principals. I thank everybody every time, and I want to say thank you to the principals. When Dr. Beneker was presenting all the different things that were going to be rolled out, and that they were going to be rolling out in the next 2 weeks, and I know that also the principals will be rolling out all of the evaluations that are necessary for the TIA program and all the work to that. I feel like we've doubled, tripled, quadrupled, I'm not sure, but I feel like that their level of what they have to do to get their job done has greatly, astronomically increased. and I want to thank them, and I want to thank them for their commitment to our kids and to getting it done, because that's what we have to do. We have to get done what's best for the kids. So I want to thank you, principals, even the, I do have a few that I'm especially close to, but no, I want to thank all of you and the assistant principals who, of course, have to stand by their side. So, thank you.
All right, we'll start down there. Mr. Schofield, do you have anything you want to add?
I'm tired, I'm ready to go to sleep.
Mr. McCutcheon?
Seriously, I say that tongue in cheek, that I'm not the only one in this room. A lot of them have been working all day, and I appreciate that, so keep grinding on it.
Mr. McCutcheon?
I just want to give our thoughts and prayers to the families that were involved in that ATV accident.
Mr. Timmerman?
Well, I was on the same wavelength as Kim. That's exactly who I was going to thank tonight, too, all of our principals, because like Kim, as I sat here and listened to, especially amplifying all that's going to have to happen, the principals, so much is on you. And, you know, I walked in your shoes, so I know every time that something's added, the stress level goes up. So I really want to thank you for everything you do.
Mr. Starnader?
I was just going to ask everybody to, yes, please keep those families. We had one of our students involved in that accident and then 3 other kids in the community. And so just keep them all in your prayers, please, and their families.
I will close with just a note to the administration. We hear you. We listen to your presentation. We will get this wrapped up in a time frame to where you will not have to wait to roll out this program, and we will get it to you guys as soon as we can get all this put together. Yes, sir. Okay. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Motion by Mr. McCutcheon. Second by Mr. Starnader. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion carries 6-0. Thank you very much.